Hello everyone, welcome back to another stream. We are going to be playing a couple of different decks today, and we're going to be, I'll quickly, a little bit later in the stream, go over a Factor's current menu, because we are sponsored by Factor today. And so we're going to go ahead and, for the start, we're going to run a little bit of Milzery, which I recently picked up and have been absolutely loving it so far. And then as people are filtering in, we'll kind of give it a little bit of time. But I'll go ahead and pull up the deck on the full size so that people that are filtering in can see it. I also have a Cerebro deck that I want to run today. It's not Cerebro 2 or 3. It's actually Cerebro 5. I think with the addition of Luna Snow, and with Cerebro being brought down to 2 cost, I think there's some interesting opportunity for potentially a Cerebro 5. It can pump out kind of a surprising amount of power sometimes. And so we're going to move up into the top right while people are filtering in. And then Duat, Skytree, welcome in. Hope your day is going well. My day is going well. Hopefully yours is going well as well. And then we have Exumami. Welcome in. Long time, no Cerebro for a while, yeah. And then Arrest, thank you so much for the Prime resub for the 2nd month. He said, hey, TLSG, hope your week has been good. Thanks for making homework more bearable. Absolutely. Hopefully, I wouldn't be able to answer any questions about your homework, I'm sure. But as long as I can make it a little bit more entertaining, then it's we're perfectly fine. And then Odabert, Money, good morning, TLSG, and the rest of the group. Welcome in, Oda. Hopefully you're having a great week so far. And then Odabert with the resub with Prime as well for 5 months. Very much appreciate having you here. Hopefully you're having a great day. And so I've been actually enjoying this mill deck quite a bit, especially with the latest patch kind of bringing Arsham, at least for now. I don't know that it stays buried forever, but it kind of brought Arsham's play rate drastically down, which I'm okay with. Honestly, the devs don't seem to really see it. Everything I've read kind of indicates that it was within their acceptable terms. It's just not a very fun deck to play against multiple times. Just from that lack of knowledge on like your side when you're playing up against it, it can be very, very frustrating. And so maybe this change kind of brought it back into reins a little bit. I'm getting my psychiatrist nurse practitioner. I wish you could do it for me. Just 6 months left. You're almost there. You just have to see it through to the end. You've almost made it. Arrest. On the YouTube video, I saw some debate about it in the comments. Wait, how do you feel about Grandmaster as a Misery replacement? It doesn't do quite as much. I've ran Grandmaster in mill decks before, but a lot of times sometimes it can do well. A lot of times it just feels like a dead card. At least with Misery, sometimes you can just play it into a lane by itself. And so if you don't have Misery, you can probably do Grandmaster. I've done some mill decks in the past with Grandmaster, not necessarily this style. Without Misery, you probably drop the like the death mechanic, and so I don't know that the whole package holds up. Like you may have to change some pieces to make it a little bit more value for the Grandmaster line. Do what you said. I'm having fun with now that Arsham is not considered the biggest threat, so people don't autoplay Cassandra. And I can play my Arsham piece. How's Arsham doing for you? I really like the small little tidbit that like you get known information. You get good information now as the player. So like if you drop a Shang-Chi, you know that you don't have a duplicate. And then Cho, welcome in. The Lazy Fireman, hey TLSG, hope you're doing okay. Is doing this full time, still going well? It's going well. It's interesting, especially with me trying to branch out into like the Pokemon Pocket like YouTube scene as well. Because that I don't know what to make of that channel. Because I had one video a couple weeks ago hit almost 100,000 views, which is insane. Insane number of views. It just like hit the right like stream in the algorithm and just popped off. And then yesterday's video is probably going to end at like 3,000. And so I can't make heads or tails of it. I never know if a video is going to perform well on that channel, so it's interesting seeing or like trying to branch out or like hedge the bets into like multiple games, but it's fun nonetheless. And then Horror Story, welcome in on the YouTube side. Hopefully you're doing well. Besides removing Coulson, feels normal to be honest. I did not run Loki on mine, so it was not mega affected. I'm bringing Valentina and Kate Bishop for card generation on turn 2. That's not bad, Duat. And then by the time you get your extra energy, you can start playing your big stuff. And to me, that's the biggest, like, almost threat of Arsham is the last few turns. Not necessarily the first 2. Like the Loki stuff never really bothered me. It's the are they gonna drop Arsham on Are they gonna drop Eliath on turn number 5? And are they gonna drop Legion on 4? Like there's so much power in being able to curve ahead of those like big cards. And then Georgie, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a good one. And so as with the last few people, well, maybe not the last few, as more people are filtering in, we're gonna run a quick set of ads to turn off the pre-roll ads, and then we'll be right back, you guys. We're gonna run a minute and a half. Any of the Prime subs, I'm sticking around, so you'll still be here. But I appreciate you guys popping in today. Hopefully the week has gone well. I may do a couple of weekend streams. I don't know. My wife has been out of town, so I haven't really been able to stream during drops as much as I'd like. But we might be able to do like a couple of like weekend streams if it feels like it'll be worthwhile. Ads, what are ads? I don't know, Georgie. Killing as a hot location was so much fun with Legion. Yep. You can do some really crazy stuff with Legion ahead of curve. That's the most frustrating part about Arsham to me. I will say that when I was running Wave as well, and she lost her roll. Yeah. Wave definitely lost her roll as like that way to cheat out a 6 cost on turn 3 when the opponent couldn't. But I don't think it's that big of a hit, honestly. Let me make sure that we turn this up just a touch. All right, let's go ahead and queue up into a couple of games. Your favorite deck mill is conflicting for me because I hate it, but you're my favorite streamer. Oh no, Cam Hoove. Yeah, it's definitely not fun to play against when it's super popular, but I do like playing it when it's kind of unknown. Same thing with Clutter or Junk or Clog. It's super frustrating when it's very common, but when it's kind of the underdog deck, I really enjoy running it. I think people are super overreacting to the Arsham change. And then Buff Captain, welcome in. Yeah, I don't know, the Arsham change doesn't like completely brick the deck, I don't think. But anything to dissuade the majority of people from playing it early, I think is great. All right, let's go ahead and play out our cable. We'll start getting a little bit of information about what Kirby's running. But the Forge tells us pretty much all that we need to know. It's either a Galacta buff or a Surfer, could be Surfer Galacta buff as well, but tells us a lot about it. And so let's go ahead and go Baron Zemo. Ooh, or this location could turn into the Sanctum Sanctorum. And so I almost want to do... We do Sebastian Shaw. No. We're just going to hope that it turns into Hala on the left. I'm going to do Baron Zemo to continue pulling some of their stuff. Big Brood, if that is Sanctum Sanctorum, they win over there. There's no competition. Okay, Hala, we might be able to hold our own with Hala there. Maybe. Let's go Sebastian Shaw. We have Yondu to take out one more of their cards. They'll go down to 2. And since the last card we pulled as the cheapest was Red Guardian, we have a chance to pull into Silver Surfer. Chase Layout, thank you. Good call. I always forget. I always lie to myself and tell myself I'm going to remember, but I never do. Oh, Lady Deathstrike and Grandmaster. Ooh, we do take out the Surfer, which is such a big hit.
In peace.
Such a huge loss for him.
Impressive.
Same deck from the last video. Yeah, for right now. I have a couple of other ones brewed up, but let's see. We could resummon the Gwynpool, which might be nice. We can't really do much to the right, but we have Shadow King, which is going to give us quite a bit of value here. I think we just pass, or I think we just do Fenris and then pass.
Oh, snap.
And of course, we'll snap into it. What would you say is a good replacement for Fenris? Probably Grandmaster. I think is probably the closest thing that also supports the mill line. The Galacta Nova, they are going to plan on... They grabbed priority with that. Yeah, perfect. So now, if they do a Killmonger, we offset the Broodlings. Either way, we offset the Broodlings. And then it should come down to just like a power differential. And so I think we go Death, Demon, activate Fenris to pull back in their Gwynpool. Wait, if they got the random Jeff? Hope not. There's the Killmonger. This big copycat being a 13 power is going to go back down to 5, which is such a huge loss for him. And so we win right. We actually win left as well. We win two of the lanes. It doesn't even come down to a point differential. We'll take the 4. What a good start. Shadow King MVP? Yeah, Shadow King. I've seen a lot of people start saying that it doesn't feel like he has good targets. I feel like he has amazing targets in just about everything that we're running, especially with Galacta being as strong as she is. Yeah, I'm with you, Buff. I'm right there with you. All right, so let's do Yondu. We do have Misery. We have Magic to extend the game. And so if we can get something like Cable, it'd be great. So it's a discard deck. And so if we can get rid of some of their better, cheap discard resources, that'll be perfect. We also have Shadow King to offset a potential collector. Shadow King becomes harder. But yeah. If you can't control your priority, Shadow King becomes much less valuable. I absolutely agree. So I think we do... I'm afraid of the Baron Zemo. Because there's a chance we pull into, I don't know, Calling Wing. Or something else worse. But at the same time, I want Misery to be able to reproc him. Okay, perfect. We get their collector. They do have Apocalypse in hand. They have Lady Sif. Right now, we've taken out one of their other discard cards. Hopefully, Yondu pops another here. And then on 5, we probably Magic plus Fenris.
Oh, snap.
I think we snap into it, because we've taken a lot of their resources. And so maybe we can pull Swarm. Maybe we can pull their last discard card. Maybe we hit Dracula. But with them playing one card, probably not. This is probably Dracula right here. All right, so Calling Wing is gone. What does Baron Zemo hit for us? Swarm. Okay, beautiful. The cheapest thing, or I guess the most highest power thing is Calling Wing right now. So not a lot of huge mileage from Fenris here. Ooh, and actually, Magic in the right is pretty scary. Because we changed the Rickety Bridge, but it gets yanked over into Asteroid M. Have you tried Penny Parker Sarah Control? So you can Sarah on 3, Sarah on 4. But you can do the same thing with Luna Snow, right? I've played Luna Snow, and a lot of times Sarah Control just feels too reliant on the opponents doing their big stuff. And so it feels like it's really tough to get good cube gains from it. Versus something like this, I feel like we're a little bit more in control. All right, so I think I'm going to extend the game in Rickety Bridge. We're going to stage Hood over into the left, into Asteroid M, so that we can Then I guess do Killmonger and it's going to pull over. I don't know. It just it delays it at least one turn for us.
You won't need this anymore.
Proxima, Scorn, and Apocalypse is what they have in hand. Or I guess now they only have Scorn and Apocalypse. And so Shadow King would have been beautiful for this Morbius. Or Shang-Chi. Because we have a 1 out of 3 chance of drawing it next turn. This rips over here. I don't know that we ever win the left lane. And if we destroy Morbius, it's not going to resummon as anything that big. Let's do this. Killmonger's going to yank over. I think the left lane is a lost lane, though.
I want the throne.
Because they can always... They have to let Apocalypse discard over there. Death. So this goes up by 2 more. Goes up to 20. This is 6, 7, 8, so 16. We would have to do the demon here to go up to 20. And then this, but this doesn't beat the Scorn going into the right lane. I think we lose this one. Without Fenris being able to give us a little bit of extra reach, without top decking the Shang-Chi, which would have been big for us here, I don't think there's a way to do it. Yeah, Morbius jumps up to 2, so it goes up to 20. And so that's why we were throwing the Fenris there as well, as that a little bit of additional push, but not quite able to get there. Had we taken out like the Dracula, had we had a little bit of extra space here, or maybe got some stronger power into those other 2 lanes, Shang-Chi could have also helped us a lot. But the death on the last turn, not quite able to get there. What's your favorite variant? So my favorite variant / split is my my debris, and so it's a gold back, gold crackle. I bought the gold cosmic border before I had a million of them stored up in my inventory, and so I I really enjoy it, mainly because it also creates the rocks, and so then it's not just one cool split; it ends up being 5. Plus, I really enjoy clutter stuff. All right, so the Nico's gone. They take out our Shang-Chi, which is also a bit unfortunate. We can eventually change the Nexus if it looks like they go too heavy over there. Border stored up in inventory. Yeah, I have no idea what to use my borders on. I have way too many. We could go ahead and Misery this turn. But I don't really like hitting Gladiator with Misery, because it's taking away too much power, in my opinion. So I think we hit the Yondu a second time here. We save our magic to eventually rip away the Nexus, I think. Ooh, Fenris is a huge hit for Yondu. Let's see, what did Moon Knight discard? Ooh, it hit the pig. Beautiful. What is the Mystic Mine of Snap? Oh, actually, I don't know what Mystic Mine is. Is that a Magic the Gathering card? Well, the the Magic the Gathering bot doesn't know it. So with Moon Knight, with Spider-Ham, I'm assuming we see Hawk stuff. Like a Hawk stature last turn is potentially what they're going for. Oh, it's Yu-Gi-Oh?
Rest in
I played up until I don't remember what it was called, but it was, you had to spell out destiny. So it was similar to Exodia, but it was trap cards. I played up until that point, and then I kind of fell off. So a little bit of light clutter in the left lane is interesting. Let's open up our possibilities. We're going to go Magic, Cable, and then we'll see. Destiny board? Yeah, Destiny board. So Black Bolt, no more Shadow King for us, unfortunately. They're going to have, what, Hawk plus Stature is what I would imagine they have. If we could pull their Stature or Hawk, that'd be beautiful. Oh no, Proxima. Proxima. It has come to my attention that I say Proxima very strangely. Do we go ahead and burn Death? I don't think this deck runs like a Shang-Chi or any heavy counters. Kind of want to do something like this. There's always a chance we draw Killmonger and we can bring this left lane up another 3. Magento, yeah, it's very similar to the Magento. Right, Fenris Wolf is gone. We have a better chance to draw into Killmonger. It's a 50-50 now. That is not Killmonger, unfortunately. Stature beats us here. It goes up to 12. We only have 1 card, so Hawk is only, what, 5? So Hawk doesn't beat us in this left lane, unless they have, like, a Korg as well. I guess Hawk beats us mid, and then Stature beats us left, yeah? Yeah. And so if we had demoned mid, we didn't have enough. We had to really commit to that mid lane. And then Dexter is best. Welcome in with the posture check, and then Georgie with the hydrate reminder. I appreciate you guys. Drop Baron mid, pull their Gambit, snipe the win. They didn't have anything left in their deck. I didn't get anything in my inbox today. Bro's overtaken me in MCOC. Yeah. it's a problem. I'm enjoying it a lot. And so in my downtime in the evening, I've actually been playing Contest of Champions. You still have a higher power rating, but I'm quickly climbing up the rankings. And then Hydra King, you said, I love this deck. I did make one change since I didn't have Fenris, which I highly recommend. Take out Fenris and throw in Lady Deathstrike. It helps against those late games and is unexpected. Kills the Dracula, Patriot, Iron Man. Does it ever feel like you have too high of a curve? Was my only really concern with Lady Deathstrike, and really the only thing that keeps me from playing her very often. How'd you get 6-star Man-Thing and Electra? I can't do it. So I'm not at 6.1 Dexter's best. I got Man-Thing and Electra from... So there is an arena right now for using 1 and 2 stars. In those arena matches, you get 6-star champion crystals that you can end up pulling 2 champions from. And so I went through the rotations for those. And so Electra, unfortunately, she's awful. But Man-Thing's not bad. Let's go ahead and go Gladiator. We're fighting up against a Surfer deck. Well, this is Kirby. So it's the same Surfer deck. We know they have Absorbing Man. With Gladiator, maybe we pull... I don't know. Maybe we pull something good. Maybe we accidentally pull their Brood. And then on the Yupta side, any good replacement for Misery? Maybe Grandmaster might be an okay sub, but without Misery, you might rethink like the Death line, and so it might end up being Lady Deathstrike Grandmaster instead. All right, let's go ahead and re-trigger this left lane 3, 4, 5, 6. We wouldn't be able to draw next turn, which without Shadow King in hand becomes a potential problem. Instead, I think we're just going to take a turn and do magic. And then emote only chat. All right, we can do the emote only chat. You got to give me a second to catch up and see the stuff because I'm also paying attention to the game. But let's see. And so you said, "Woke Boomer, you're a hater? What? I don't even see what Woke said." You'll see how many channel points to cancel out an emote only chat. I don't know. I don't have a good answer to that. So we could demon into misery. We could re-trigger the misery with Absorbing Man. I don't know that it would do us any good. We can do it. And maybe we steal their Killmonger. All right, we're gonna go into the emote only chat for 2 minutes up until just after the 28-minute mark of the stream, and then we'll be back, you guys. And so, Buff, you have to give me a second. It's not instantaneous. It's something that I manually trigger. Please don't make TLSG play Cerebro 3. Cerebro 3 a lot of times is just too big brain for me. We do end up pulling the Killmonger, which means they're locked into this left lane. We have our Shadow King to bring it down to 2, 4, 8, 9. 9 power, so just the Shadow King left wins. I mean, I guess they have Surfer that they can potentially drop. So I think what we do is... I think we just do a death. We're already winning here. So then it just comes down to winning an additional lane. And so that can be Shadow King Demon on us.
Victory.
We do end up forcing the retreat once again. So let's jump into one more, and then after that we'll run to a quick ad break so that we can keep our snoozes in case we need to delay anything at a certain point. But Dexter is best. How does the sub timber one like overtake the previous line? Is it always that big? Drew, that Dara one is... I've never seen that Dara one. That Dara one is wild. Next up, we have Wish This Was Pocket. Oh my goodness. Speaking of Pocket, we have new cards coming up into Pocket in about 3 days. 3.5 days. We have a new mini set releasing, which should be really, really cool. So if you haven't seen my Pokemon Pocket channel, definitely recommend being over there, because we're gonna do some deck builds and maybe even some Pocket streams whenever that launches. All right, and it looks like it's been just around the 2-minute mark, so we're gonna go ahead and release you guys from the Pocket, or not the Pocket, from the emote only chat. My goodness, you guys are free to chat once again. You play mill and junk as the norm, but C3 is too complicated. So C3 has a lot of intricate like tech choices of when and how you play your cards. For me, I'm a lot more comfortable with mill, and it's for the most part it's fairly straightforward, like what you want to do and when you want to do it with the mill deck. And see, I wouldn't say C3 is super complicated, but there's a lot of like very small technical choices of like, do you run the Iron Man? Do you run like the small ball 3? And stuff like that. And I've never found great success with C3, just because I feel like I'm either too linear or too transparent with how I like approach it or play it. And so the super scroll is not going to hit anything on our end, so that's okay. I think we go Hood Cable. We have the Killmonger to take out Hood. Fenris right now can revive Psylocke. So it's a Mr. Negative deck. If they do get negative down, we have to kind of look out for having priority. Super Tech God with the 5 massive gifted subs. Hopefully your streams have been going well. I was running behind, so I didn't get to hang out in your stream as much as I wanted to the other night. But thank you so much for the 5 gifted. Hopefully you're having a great day so far. And so they have all of their cards in hand, so Baron Zemo doesn't pull anything for us. So what, did they draw only one inverted, right? So that's not awful. Go Baron Zemo. Go Monger. I'm going to save the Chimichanga. Did you get the 6-star shards from the anniversary quest? The anniversary quest and the actual arena for hitting certain like point ranges. There is a 3v3 arena that you can jump into, and it only allows you to use up to 2-star champions heroes. So it's not bad. How do we navigate from here? Because we have priority. I think maybe it's something like this. Since they don't have very many inverted cards, maybe we have a shot. I think they have Mystique over to the left, which is the scary bit. But there's no way we can hold up against the right lane, against the Iron Man. I guess maybe we could have.
Iron Man.
As long as that last card over there is not very big. Oh, Taskmaster. Copying the 8. They win it by 1. We could have won the right lane by just doing the death over there. It was an unfortunate call. Oh, you pulled Titania. Definitely better than my than my Electra one. Electra is probably one of the worst champions. He said, "My guy, yes sir, TLSG, thank you for the raid." Absolutely. Oh, Tech God, we just hit an ad. I'm so sorry. I didn't even get to respond to you. I had someone playing C3 with Luna on me earlier today, and Martyr. They lost, but was an interesting cook. Duat. Did I go against you earlier? Because I have a C5 built out. And then Akshay with the Hydrate reminder. I appreciate you, Akshay. All right, let's go Cable. Welcome in, Akshay. Hopefully you're having a great day so far. And so below, we have their Corvus. We have to look out for pulling Blade. We know that they have Scorn. And then unless we draw Magic, the game ends after this turn, which, if they have Dracula, could be bad. But otherwise, we might be all right. Seen a bit of C5 in the wild. Yeah, it's definitely an interesting cook. It was like 3 hours ago. I was playing well, I wasn't live, but I was playing it off stream about 3 hours ago. What did we discard? Ooh, our Gladiator.
Snapped.
Even with Magic, is it worth staying? We're gonna give it a shot. I think this is probably Dracula over here. We can take out their Scorn. We can also shift cards over into New York, since that's where they place their Dracula. Gonna go claim alliance rewards.
I want the throne.
Wait.
Impressive.
Oh, on MCOC. I thought you were talking about on Snap, and I I haven't finished my grind, and so I was scared for a second. All right, I think we stack these. Cable triggers first. We pull a card. Actually, Baron Zemo doesn't pull anything, does he? So maybe we just do like a Cable Misery. In case it's MODOK. I don't know that I want to Baron Zemo pull it. The only thing that would help us with stacking them all together would be that death would go down to 3 if we destroyed these 3. Oh, oh, not that. All right, let's do this. We're going to see. Poor Gladiator. Right now, it's just Scorn that's at the bottom of their deck. Any replacements for Baron Zemo on the YouTube side? I mean, you can, but I'm not sure how much mileage you would get out of the other options. Lady Sith. We know in hand they have... At this point, it has to be Swarm Apocalypse. This is just below what we need to be able to knock out the Morbius. They're going to get us again, aren't they? We're struggling against this discard deck and like pulling the resources we need. And so I guess that would be where Lady Deathstrike comes into the fold. Because being able to take out the Dracula would just win us that lane. And then we have Death to hold another. I mean, we could do that. We could do this, but then we can't hold up against the right lane when they resummon. Wait, yeah, no, Swarm's been discarded. Lady Deathstrike is underrated. Her issue is that she's pretty expensive. And so to be able to like afford to drop her, you have to have like a really good like payoff. And Dracula, of course, is a really good payoff. But Red Guardian does just about the same thing for cheaper. What are your thoughts on Bruce Banner? Gonna be S tier? I think Bruce Banner is gonna be F tier. Like there's some games, yeah, he'll win, but you're gambling at that point. You're gambling against the house because the odds are stacked against you, and so if you're willingly going into it, it's not like you're taking a gamble where like you have the 2 out of 3, you have the 1 out of 4, and so you're floating energy on the hopes of it happening. And so I think it's going to be a really hard card to snap with, because Bruce Banner, if he hulks out right immediately after, you're susceptible to Shang-Chi. If he doesn't hulk out at all, I don't know. I think he's going to be bad. So the Fenris Hawk Disrupt deck you showcased a few weeks ago helped me get Eitri in Diner. That's huge, Duke. Have you used Eitri at all? I found exactly one deck that I like with Eitri. And it's the Moon Girl She-Hulk Flood style of deck. Okay, so we don't get a discount on our cards, but because of that, they go ahead and destroy our death, and so that's the only thing that we would have wanted to use it on anyways. And so let's go Hood, Magic. We're gonna change Mindscape because we don't want to change hands. And then we have a Killmonger that we can stage whenever we're ready.
Snap.
Go ahead and snap into it. Thor deck and that other Moon Girl one you showed. Yeah, I really like the Thor Moon Girl one right now. The other one I think sometimes didn't always have enough, like, Does Fenris work with Infernoed cards? Yep, he does. And so Fenris on their end would take out... Oh! Good call. We could resummon the... We could resummon the Wiccan, which I didn't even think about. So do we ever try to, like, slide in the Fenris? We would have to do Shadow King this turn. I don't know, it feels kind of bad. Let's see. We didn't do a 1 cost, did we? Our first turn we skipped. So let's hold the Shadow King. We take out their last card, Red Guardian, beautiful. We're still worried about Reality Stone, yeah? 1, 2, 3, 4. They don't get the Thanos bonus, but we can't Shang-Chi the Thanos either.
Opponent snapped.
Reality Stone incoming? Yeah, 100%. Reality Stone is incoming. But I think we can hold our own. Because the Reality Stone mid, we're going to put up a halfway decent fight there by taking out the -3. We take away their 3 power. We take away a little bit here and here. And we get the Wiccan back with Fenris. I think we're fine. Use Fenris before Killmonger. So you don't get stone. It's the highest power. And so it's going to revive the Wiccan. Wait, they didn't Reality Stone. Well, not 100%. But we do have the Shang-Chi that we can throw into that gore over there. It'll be a gorgeous play for us. Oof. They baited us. If 5 in hand. Can they overpower the 7 and the 3? We don't have anything small to use. Now I wish we would have saved Fenris, just on the off chance that they didn't. Yeah, we can Shang, but can they do an extra 7 in mid and 3 to the left? Or I guess it'd be 8 and 4 to win both of them. I don't know. We're going to try it out. Okay. They end up retreating. They never have it. Yeah, I think with them having most of the stones already used, with us having their Mockingbird, getting that reach, I feel like is really tough. Tony, you said the game is rigged? The game's not rigged. Sometimes RNG is going to flow against you. My biggest piece of advice is, like, even on those games where you lose, where it's just feels like complete BS, try to reflect on something you could have done better. Like whether it be anticipating better, running better cards to kind of mitigate the chance of that RNG. And a lot of times you can still find ways to improve. And then Freak Mojo with a hydrate reminder. I appreciate you. And then Boosty, welcome in. Kino, welcome in as well. Ivan, I've been playing Arashanos. Is Arashanos still performing well? I enjoyed Arashanos. Ooh, we're going against good old Jeff. Arashanos was in a pretty good spot before the change, but I didn't know how the Arasham change affected it. So we pull their Beta Ray, which this is a beautiful looking Beta Ray bill. And I'm not sure how I feel about Stormbreaker being a 0-3. Let's go ahead and skip the armor and Nidavellir. So if they go like Thor or whatever else, we can offset it with the Shadow King. I think I'm gonna Magic and Hala. There's a small chance that we throw Beta Ray, and then we could always try to double trigger it with like Misery. My goodness, Jeff has some beautiful cards. Do we want to go Beta Ray, Bill? My question. Kind of do. Although Baron Zemo should pull their Mjolnir and keep them from being able to get it and scale their Thor. Oh, well, that's fine. Let's go Beta Ray to the right. And then M3 Rancher? Or Marcher? I don't know. Welcome in. I'm glad that you could finally catch the stream. And then Powerless resubbing for 6 months at tier 1. Thank you so much for the 6 months. Hopefully you are enjoying the content still and enjoying this day. They retrigger the hood with their Misery. Interesting. Misery would have been so funny to pull with Gladiator. But let's do something like Hood. Maybe it's like Hood Gladiator. Although that's putting a lot into that left lane. Thing is, I'm wanting to fight against priority, which is why I'm kind of considering stacking more power into this right lane. But we'll try this. Zemo for the hammer. Yeah, we could have pulled out the hammer with the Zemo. But Shang-Chi, Shadow King, as long as we don't have priority, it helps us offset that quite a bit. So Miss Marvel is a surprising play. And we take out their last card with Yondu here. Or we pull it with Baron Zemo. Let's do the Baron Zemo. Could potentially give us the lead in Nidavellir, and so then we're kind of actively hurting our Shadow King opportunity. I'm going to try it anyways. Hope that they play into mid as well. I said jokingly in another stream that the Beta Ray Stormbreaker buff is for upcoming bundle next week. I mean, they did a small buff to Lady Deathstrike. They did a small buff to a lot of cards as they were coming up into bundles. So Quake and Shake is their last card. And unfortunately, we are going to have Cryo. No... no buff for the Beta Ray, unfortunately. We can do something like this. Does it win, though? Is the biggest question. Without priority, I think this becomes a much easier calculation. We have Shadow King in the left to offset like a Thor, because they could be doing. I don't think they go Odin. I feel like that's overkill with the Misery. So I think they only get one trigger of Thor, but Shadow King would have helped us offset it for sure. They also series dropped 2 cards that were very recently. Yeah. Definitely very unfortunate. Oh, so the Shadow King to try to offset our Beta Ray buff. Now it comes down to if we win mid. With the Mjolnir there, that is just going to be under enough. We're not quite able to hold down mid. Had the Mjolnir and Demon been switched, they would have been able to hold down the mid lane. We will gladly take the 2. Let's jump over into the next one. His 2 demons, you better retreat. Yeah, it was a very tough, like, because we both flooded a lot of cards that last turn, and so it was a very tough read. He had a way to win, but it would have been very tough to find. It was a 50-50. What, on where he placed the Mjolnir? Yeah. Because it's like, you don't know from his perspective. You don't know if I'm gonna try to further buff up the Thor lane, or if I go heavy into mid. And so it was just a gut call. How do you feel about this season's new cards? I went blank for a second and I forgot what cards we had this season. So we had Galacta, crazy, very, very strong. We have Luna Snow, kind of underwhelming. I think she'll continue to see play, but she's not like a crazy create her own archetype type of card. She's a good supporting role. Same thing for Penny Parker, very good supporting style of card. And then Bruce Banner, whenever we get him, bad. I think I think he's gonna be a super easy skip week. And then Doom 2099, I think, is one of the more, like, it's gonna be a powerhouse, I feel like. Said Luna is meh, but the rest of them are fun. I actually kind of enjoy, or I think Luna for me is easier to use than Penny. Penny, I think, is cool in the application of being able to like use it and then move the card somewhere else as you need to for like that kind of mind game component. But the 2 into 3 a lot of times just doesn't feel as good as it needs to be. Ooh, so Gabriel is running a mill deck. We do get our hood. What did we destroy first? We destroyed their hood. Right. We could go Baron Zemo and then next turn do Misery. It kind of hurts us in Weir Island, but that's fine because we do have Shadow King to be able to offset any of their gains. Take out their Cable. And then they go Misery. And so they're going to steal one more of ours, which is what, Cable? Oh, man. Rough. And so we destroyed their hood, so they pulled our hood. We destroyed their Cable, so they pulled our Cable. Unfortunate. Let's go ahead and take out the rest of their cards out of their deck. Rough stuff. It is the standoff. We can resummon their Baron Zemo with our Fenris if we wanted to. We don't need to, but we could. We have that option. You think Misery is worth 6,000? Forge, I would say no. She's seeing a little bit more play. She's kind of an interesting card when she's not kind of in the limelight. Because if she's super popular, then I think people run either some light clutter stuff, or we grab their death, which is beautiful. Maybe they pulled our Shang-Chi. I was gonna say hopefully they pull our death, but they don't. So instead, oh wow, they have our death in hand. We stole their death, and so they stole our death. Oh, wait, they have Shang-Chi, so death here is actually not good, is it? Oh no. Wow, and I can't play a single thing into Crimson Cosmos. But neither can they. No, they can. Legion. No, what? Oh, Gabriel got us with the bamboozle of having Legion. Rough. It was a good surprise. Good surprise to lose some cubes. He might have death. Yeah, he had our death. But I was expecting one more turn to be able to try to navigate it or retreat. They ripped that away from us. The new incoming cards are going to make the game so chaotic. Which ones? Like the next few? I think Bruce Banner is going to be bad, but people that do run it sometimes are going to get lucky, which I think will be kind of frustrating to have a Bruce Banner Hulk out on the last turn. Like, you can't really play around that, but you can't really snap into it effectively either. And then some of the data mined cards look very, very interesting. I'm looking forward to the new Captain America being able to have a shield on the board and then bounce it around or move it around to buff up either base Captain America or the Sam one in a Spectrum deck. I think that could be a surge to Spectrum ongoing that we haven't seen in a very, very long time. You could Red Guardian it, true. Red Guardian and Lady Deathstriker. They welcome Bruce Banner. That's true. And so especially on his like release, when we see all of the people trying to create content and play games with the new card, I expect to see a lot of Red Guardian. And I'm expecting to see a lot of frustrated creators trying to run Bruce Banner in something that does well. Probably myself included, but we'll see. All right, let's go. Table. We stole Iron Fist, so they're a move deck. We also have Baron Zemo to pull something else small. And then we have Killmonger if they go with like a big Human Torch. I think we'll snap it. Ooh, Sanctum Sanctorum. Super good for them. Super bad for us. Go Baron Zemo and see what we pull. You pull their Human Torch. Most of the movement decks have dropped Heimdall. So I'm not super worried about them getting additional things into Kiln other than like the Iron Fist that we already destroyed. Frigga is nice. Is there any benefit from throwing a magic here? We extend the game, but I don't know that it helps us. We have another 9-power Vulture. Gives us some time to dig for like a Shadow King. Tricky with only 2. Yeah, we can do magic into Misery and we clear up a lot of space in mid. They could have Eliath though, right? Could also Killmonger this turn so that it didn't matter as much. And go like Death next turn. Maybe we get lucky and draw Shadow King and do like Death plus Shadow King. Wait, with Frigga going over to the right, do they have Heimdall? No, they're just moving Vulture. Okay. Remember Iron Fist into Vulture? We destroyed their Iron Fist. Iron Fist is dead. But they did move Vulture, so they have 2 Vultures in hand, right? One was 9, one was 15. Ooh, I don't know that we can win it. Dead? Yeah. Yeah, I think we're dead in the water. Because even like this brings us up to 20. They go 15. That's 20. They can easily do a little bit more.
Escaped.
Most mover on the bounce train. But I thought the non-bounce ones are Heimdall. Yeah, this one ended up being a bounce one. But the majority are bounce. And so controlling priority is a big part of those decks. Unfortunately, bounce is very, very strong. We pulled a bunch of their key pieces, but we weren't quite able to bring it home. The right location, I think, was the like tipping point where they had a huge advantage over us in being able to like cheat a cheap card over there. Oh, that they might still have Heimdall. Gotcha, Georgie. Alright, let's go Cable. Maybe we draw Yondu, and we can go Yondu Cable, or Yondu Hood next turn. So they go ahead and burn the Reality Stone. We don't have to worry about that play around. Their name is Legion, so maybe we have to look out for a Legion play. We could also just do like Hood Space Stone. We draw into a card. We have Misery on 4 to be able to clear up this left lane some. What is the mill package? The mill package, Yondu, Cable, Zemo, Gladiator. Gonna play Junk Clog today. Don't you really like that archetype too? Yeah, so I have a clutter deck built out, Unibot, but it's most likely not gonna be an Annihilus one, no. I didn't really care for the Annihilus line all that much. You can take out all of the stones, but I think we're just gonna skip. Or maybe just throw Demon. That way we can re-trigger both Hood and Space Stone. Actually, I don't know that we need to or want to re-trigger it. So I'm just going to go Killmonger. The real question is, are you getting Toon Zemo? Toon Zemo looked incredible, but probably not. Oh wait, does that count as him playing that stone? It shouldn't. But I'd be curious if the
Impressive.
Reality or the Power Stone would have buffed up Thanos at that point. They have 5 left. We can go Misery. We could also take an extra turn and go Yondu. Then Yondu and Misery, but I think we go Misery now. I don't think it counts as a stone. I don't think so, but with it triggering the on reveal, I don't know.
In peace.
Because Morph is a little bit different. But since it triggers the on reveal, I think it would count, but I don't think it should. They have the Wiccan, they have extra energy. I think we always still extend the game, though. We have a pretty good chance of drawing either Zemo or Gladiator next turn. Lockjaw bringing stones. Yeah, but the stones are just that. They're the stones. But playing Rogue, since it takes on the text of it, I don't know.
Behold my mighty hand.
Yeah. And so I know that it looks for like when it was played, but since we trigger the on reveal, I don't know if that counts it as played. Do we try to sneak in a Shang-Chi on the Onslaught? What was the last thing we destroyed? Ooh, all garbage. No, I think we still go Gladiator. Gladiator. Shadow King, Demon. That way we can do... Oh, we'll hold the Demon. That way we can do 4, 5, 6, 7, and then the free death next turn. They have priority? Yeah, if they play anything there, but I don't know that they're going to play anything there. They do. Ooh, a big Gladiator pulling, what, Fenris? No, Zemo. Zemo doesn't have a target, though. And big Khazar. Now I wish we would have held our Killmonger. They're running a zoo version. And then Fiery Blake. Haven't caught you live in a hot minute. Welcome in, Fiery Blake. Did they play their Power Stone yet? Yeah, Power Stone is destroyed. What happened to it? This little guy right here. So... I'm gonna give this a shot. Blue Marvel's big. Shang-Chi on their end. Wait, yeah, we went big enough in the right.
Victory.
Wanted to see how it works. Yeah, me too. I would have been interested to see if Rogue stealing, because it's such a niche interaction, if Rogue stealing the stone counted as it being played. And then Georgie with the hydrate reminder. I appreciate you. How are the games going so far? They're going pretty well so far, or they're going okay. I wouldn't say they're insane, but they're going well. Couldn't stay long for stream today, but I'll be playing games in a bit. Maybe I can increase to 3-0 lifetime versus TLSG. I mean, there's always a chance, Georgie. Next up, we have Curly Mustache. Another Thanos deck. Seen a lot of Thanos today. Let's go ahead and go Cable. And then I think probably Gladiator. So much Thanos, I agree, can. And Thanos, I don't see Thanos all that much. And so it's interesting that like the last like probably 3 of the last like 4 or 5 have been Thanos. Different versions of it, mind you, but I'm gonna go Gladiator mid, because it'll probably get yanked over into Asteroid M. I doubt that they have a Cosmo, but just in case, I don't want to play it into Asteroid M. Arshan players probably gravitated towards Thanos. They might have. So they go Penny. Not gonna pull because it does merge with the 2 cost. Oh. So we pull the Reality Stone. It goes into Quantum Tunnel. And then Akshay with the massive 5 gifted as well. Super Tech God came in with 5 gifted earlier. And then now you with your 5 gifted. Thank you so much for the massive positive support today, you guys. Because there's this Wiccan Thanos going around. Yeah. So I ran a Wiccan Thanos a few days ago, but it's just interesting that it like, all popped up so much. All right, let's go ahead and retrigger Cable with our Misery. Ooh, they get Wiccan. So that would be why they snapped. And then rotating the stone is beautiful for them. Ooh, Red Guardian's not though. Which stone was it that they just played and rotated?
Rest in peace.
My roguelike just crashed 20 minutes into a run. Oh no, Loaf. That's the worst. All right, what if we go Hood Psylocke? We can also go Shadow King. Brings us back down to 3. Depending on what we flip into, we might have a chance, we might not. Hey TLSG, just wanted to let you know you were my top streamer of 2024. That's huge optimistic. I'm an old man. I can only watch live every once in a while. That is no matter the amount of time. I appreciate that the time that you are spending on streams, you're catching my lives, and so I appreciate you, Optimistic. All right, so Shang-Chi here will be great. We have Fenris in mid, so we can flip this lane pretty quickly. And then Sloth Guru resubbed with Prime. He said, "I see Mill. I resub." I appreciate you, Sloth. I'm absolutely loving being able to do Mill once again. So what if we did Baron Zemo? We're gonna clutter our right lane doing this. Like a Baron Zemo Killmonger. Maybe we do Demon as well. They've already dropped their Thanos. Let's do Killmonger into Demon into Baron Zemo. That way Baron Zemo stays left. We pull the Killmonger to the right. They've already spent their Reality Stone. We destroyed it with Gladiator. I couldn't remember exactly what we had destroyed it with, but we destroyed it. Whoa! We get the Gore, not the Eliath anymore. One of the small losses with the Eliath change going from 10 to 9. So now, Thanos is within Shang-Chi range if we wanted. It's also this into this, which I think is also really good. I'm not going to snap into it because I think they leave. But if they don't further support the left lane, we flip that one with Death. And then Jeezy, you're still running this filthy, dirty mill deck? We are. We are for now. I'll pivot here in a little bit, but for now we are. And then Shadowfire, happy weekend. Welcome in, Shadowfire. Hopefully you had a good week, and hopefully your Friday is going well. Ah, we didn't even have to snap. We just got to retreat. One of the funniest things I've done in Snap is Electra sniping the Soul Stone plus Shang and Fenris. Into the Fenris activate. Electra is insane value. Electra into, like, I think that specifically, yeah, would be crazy because you expect Thanos to be protected, and then all of a sudden you snipe it with the 1 cost. Loaf, you said you were playing Tiny Rogues. It's a pixel art Zelda 1 style room clearing combat game. Sounds fun. I always enjoyed the earlier Zeldas a lot. I enjoy the new stuff too, but it's like a different type of enjoyment. We have Luke's bar, so we could continually play Gladiator. Not that I think that's too expensive to waste. And we could potentially pull something pretty pricey. Now, they could pull extra cards over into Luke's bar with like a grapple arrow, if they got that from Kate Bishop. But I think in general, whoa. I'm assuming Wiccan Galacta stuff. That wasn't a great Gladiator for us. Alright, so Fenris could be good. Let's do stack the Gladiator, we do Demon. Wiccan deck detected, yeah. Yeah, with the Psylocke, I'm thinking they have Galacta and Wiccan. But us thinning their deck a little bit with that Malekith is a bit scary. There's the Galacta. Oh, and it stays. Brave call on playing Galacta mid. Oh, and we gave them a Gwynpool. Scary.
Rest in peace.
Poor Demon. The demon didn't stand a chance. We could... Right now, we can't really do much to the right lane. Unless we drew Killmonger. Or we could Baron Zemo over there. And whatever we pull sticks. The worst gladiator I ever had was pulling Jubilee into Odin into Doom. Woof. That's a rough one for sure. Let's see what their last card was. Okay, Maria Hill. Not huge. We would have been better off playing over here. Alright, does Acid Arrow get destroyed? No, it's just our cards. Okay. It's good to know. Just our cards that are getting absolutely dominated. I think we always lose this one, yeah? Double Galacta if they have like a Brood or anything in Luke's bar. Trust in Danger Room. Trust in Danger Room. We probably lose this one unless we get very, very lucky that they play something big over here and it gets destroyed. That way we can resummon it with Fenris. Probably not going to happen. Okay, so they don't play anything over there. Oh, wow. The big gore. Man, we could have done Shang-Chi mid, but we chose not to. Shang-Chi could have done it. But I did not see the giant gore coming. Eliath? Yes. Magneto? Maybe. Gore? Definitely wasn't expecting it. All right, next up we have Boss Mang. Let's see if we can get back on the winning side of things.
Hey man, I'm cool.
And so Korg, we're probably looking at like a Moon Knight Hawk stature is probably the most common right now. Kate Bishop is pretty good with gore. Yeah, that's very true. All right, let's go ahead and Baron Zemo the left. That way we can stack a Misery, we pull more of their stuff, and then we magic change the vault. And then Alloy, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great one so far. Welcome in as well, Zon. Hopefully you're having a good day. Big Cassandra, but we can eventually offset that with Shadow King, which is nice. So we're... Dream Dimension is interesting, but I don't think there's anything... I don't think it's a huge concern. Red Guardian, and then Baron Zemo is going to pull Hawk or maybe Stature. We'll never know. We'll take the two. Let's jump into the next one. Whew. I'm glad you're playing this list. I was looking for somebody to walk me through it. I just love Misery and Zemo. And so once you get the kind of play lines down, it becomes pretty easy. Opponent had seen enough. They didn't need to see anymore. So a lot of times you are looking to do like your cheaper mill cards into the same lane. That way you can later bring them back and revive them. Or like you can re-trigger them. Gladiator, most of the time, I don't like to burn the Gladiator with a Misery. I would much rather just kind of play him in a lane by himself. And then Say Win, thank you so much for the Prime sub for the 2nd month. Welcome back. Hopefully you're having a great one so far. All right, let's do Baron Zemo right. The more cards we actually destroy, the worse value the hand is, unless we change it. We do have their Black Bolt, which is beautiful. That tells me it's probably the Hawk Stature, like Moon Knight Proxima deck. We're all right with. We also pull their Korg, which is super unfortunate for them. I think we're in a good spot. They have 4 cards left. We can pull one of those 4 with Gladiator. But I think first we do... maybe it's Magic Demon? I don't think they run Killmonger. Shadow King in the right, it would be good against the Cassandra. Let's see what they get from us. It has to be the Shang-Chi, yeah? Rough. And then Sammy, Dobry, Nazvet. What do you personally think about the Rocket and Groot? I forgot Rocket and Groot was a card. I like it. I think it's going to be an interesting card for sure. Anytime a card has a free movement, it ends up usually being pretty good, pretty flexible, because you can reach those harder to like lock down or harder to win locations. And then it having the ability to steal power from cards being played in that lane, I think is also really cool. And so I think we'll see a lot of Rocket and Groot. All right, let's go with a Black Bolt here. Next turn, maybe like Gladiator Killmonger. Ooh, we take we take out their stature, which is amazing for us. And then we have Death. We know they have Fenris, and so they could revive our demon if we do the Killmonger. Maybe it's just this then. We keep Death expensive. Otherwise, we're clearing, what, 1, 2, 3, 4 cards. Bring Death down to 4. We don't have Fenris, though, is the problem. Right now, Shang-Chi is what we have lined up over here. Yeah, let's do this. We pulled their Korg Rock, unfortunately. So we do help them out a touch. Ooh, Juggernaut. I don't think they can beat us in the left lane. His stature's gone. Then Hawk's on the board. So that's the biggest majority of their power. So I think it's just Death. Let it go. Because most of the time they're not going to have... Ooh, Gambit could be scary. Proxima. Oh, no. Not the Proxima or the right lane snipe. We do still hold down the left. We hold down mid. But the Gambit was a prayer. And then the Proxima is always kind of a Hail Mary card. That adds just like that little bit of extra onto it. Rocket and Groot is going to be the nail in Professor X's coffin. Yeah, Professor X, like... We're seeing some resurgence of Professor X with like the ramp cards. But there's too much movement that makes him too unreliable. Gotta love the true gamble or gambit. Yeah. Yep, I always enjoy seeing just a we're gonna let it play type of call with Gambit. And then Ally, you said if they Black Bolt the Killmonger? We would be, but we had their Black Bolt though. Joe, you guys are struggling to get it together, yeah? All right, let's go hood and to the left. Okay, so we have a Wiccan deck that we're going up against. We have Magic. We have Baron Zemo. We don't have a lot of our mill stuff yet, but there's still time. Fenris might be pretty decent. I'm going to change the left lane. I want to keep Warrior Fall. Ooh, Negasonic. Okay. I'm assuming they have Fenris if they're wanting to run the Negasonic, and if they're wanting to run it early. We might pull their Wiccan if they don't actually have it. Okay, they do have their Wiccan. There's a couple of scary pulls for the Gladiator here, but we're going to try it anyways. Eliath is one of those scary pulls. But the only little piece of silver lining is that now we don't have to worry about losing to the Eliath on the last turn. It's Cable, Baron Zemo. Then we'll see. And then Rye Guy. Welcome in, Rye Guy. Hopefully you're having a good one. We'll do the emote-only chat in just a second. And so, Zol, you said, how much of the hype around new best decks do you think is a deck's power changing due to new cards versus people having random success with a deck? For instance, the Agent Venom Surtur nerfs really take them from overpowered decks to below average. I think people just stopped playing them. I think Surtur is still really, really strong, which in their last... So I think a lot of times you see a nerf and you kind of just move on, even if it doesn't completely derail the deck. So like for Surtur, for example, in their latest patch notes, they said Surtur was the top performing deck still. And so I think a piece of it is we see some changes. Otherwise we see like just new interesting card that, you know, we want to try to explore. I think we re-trigger this left lane. We go Fenris in the right because we already destroyed a Cable with Negasonic. Fenris Misery. So let's go ahead and go into the emote-only chat, and then we'll finish off this game. All right, let's go Fenris Misery, and then we'll see. So Gladiator could pull our... Shadow King's not great. Death would have been good. We're saving the Shang-Chi for mid. Oh, Red Guardian? Does that actually keep the hood around? So that's a bit unfortunate. So now we destroy the magic, but not the hood? Oh no, the magic is lost. So a fairly cheap death, but I think it's Shang-Chi. Does this win this lane? This goes up to 5, so then it's 8, 9, 10, 11? No. So we would be better off with this. But it only brings it up to, what, 9, 10, 11, 12 in the right lane. Which is rough. If they have anything big that comes down here, then we're at a loss. No Red Guardian is gone, though. He's out of the question. We're going to give it a shot. We lose the left lane, so if that's the case, we might as well Killmonger right into the activate. And the reason we're doing Killmonger over, like, Kate Bishop plus Demon is I think we might need, like, the one extra power off in sewer system. Wait, did I reactivate? I hope I reactivated. I don't know if I reactivated or not. Oh, gosh. If I didn't reactivate, we lost.
Controlled.
Impressive.
I want the throne.
Okay. I always forget. No, we could have... Oh, the Killmonger killed us. I always forget that once Gore is dead, he counts as -1. Otherwise, it would have been Blob, and Blob wouldn't have done it. And so the Killmonger wasn't the sole reason we lost that. Man. Oh, well. Because even without the Killmonger, Blob was 0, which they discarded with Gambit. And so then we only had 2 power to pull from it. So it was 2 power either way. Well played, Leroy. Rough day. But we did finish our activate. We need to do one that has 5+ cost, or 5 cost. Do a little C5. We're going to release you guys from the Emote-only chat. We're going to run a little bit of C5. I might run Misery Clog here in a bit, but for now. Well, Wakanda Embassy makes it tricky. We can't play Hydra Bob, but Luke Cage now joins the C5 family, which is nice. He said, and C5 is dead. It's not dead. It's just we can't play Hydra Bob with it. Which is definitely unfortunate, but... Alright, let's go Black Swan. That way, like an Ant-Man, Martyr, Titania, we can throw that on the last turn, which I always kind of enjoy. And I'm going to go Luna Snow. Next turn is probably like maybe a Luke Cage. Typical first location for a Cerebro deck. Alright, so Gladiator, that's fine. Use Captain Marvel? We could. We could use Captain Marvel, but Captain Marvel ends up being kind of pricey. So the biggest thing that we're going for with this deck is a lot of kind of cheap surprise burst. So that would be like the really cheap 1 cost, the reach from Doctor Doom. Captain Marvel sometimes would be fine. But I like the cheeky Adam Warlock play. I've never had an excuse to run Adam Warlock, so I want a reason to run him. They have Wiccan. They probably have Eliath. I almost want to snap into this, but at the same time, we're C5. We're going up against rank 39. Weedicus Rex, thank you so much for the Prime sub for 6 months. Very much appreciate having you here. All right, so they're going to steal maybe our Martyr? No, Ant-Man. Them stealing our Martyr would have been fun. Okay, so we can go Adam Warlock if we wanted to. And we draw into like our Martyr. But I think what I want to do... Nope, you know what? That is what we're going to do. Fill mid. Wait, why would we fill mid? For like a potential martyr? Oh, Titania, then Adam. Oh, gotcha, gotcha. But if they play here this turn, then we lose the ability to pull it back. Then we're just reliant on like a Doctor Doom last turn, which feels scary. Big Gore, the God Butcher. Ooh, we steal their Eliath. I'd be Eliathing to you if I wasn't glad about that. So we get 7 more power here, which is the only problem. 7 more only brings us to 19 in this lane. So we can't win mid off of this. The only evil I see is the unfair nerf to Arsham. I don't know. Arsham's kind of frustrating to play against. Yeah, so it's going to come down to a point differential, which is not where we want to be. Without us having those 5 power cards in mid. The Titania play, I think, was good, but it also puts us in a tricky spot from, like, winning it. It'll get the Cerebro buffs. Yeah, mid will get the Cerebro buff, but that only brings it to 19. So then it comes down to a tiebreaker, which I'm not sure if we win that or not. Does Bob plus Snap let him replace the Ice Cube? Well, that Legion is scared. Wait. If Doctor Doom dies, does Titania come back to our side? Oh, what? Oh my god. They threw. They threw. Exactly as we planned. Exactly how we wrote it up. My goodness. It was such a small chance of happening. My goodness. Which 5 power card would be good instead of Hydra Bob? The Titania play mid did win it for us. You're right. What other 5 power card would be good? I'm not sure if it would be perfect because it plays away from the Black Swan. We don't have anything else that buffs up 2/5 after the Ant-Man. Since we're running Luke Cage, maybe a Lizard, maybe Silk, but those could both potentially stab you in the back in certain games too. I think that would be like the closest replacement. And then Second City. So they're... Ooh, we get a Collector's Vault. So what they're chatting about is they're trying to... So there was a situation that came up in one of my games earlier where we stole their Space Stone. We stole an opponent's Thanos' Space Stone. The opponent used Rogue to steal it back, and so the on-reveal triggers. But I don't know if it would count as one of the 6 stones that were played. So they're trying to And so they're trying to recreate that to see what would happen. And then Rice Burner with a Hydrate Reminder. I appreciate you. So we have the Collector's Vault. Let's go ahead and see what we have in our vault. All right.
Fascinating.
Not that I'm going to spend any gold on any of them. I always flip them over anyways.
Fascinating.
Honestly, nothing great. I know that this one was the July 4th variant. I think that was super cheap when it came out.
Sensational.
So it would feel bad to spend 1,400. Then we get Sarah. I do like the hero Sarah, but not 2,000 gold worth. I don't get the collector vault pricing. So the pricing is because they're rare. They're exclusive. You can't get them any other way now, other than the bundles that they were in before. And so it's a premium because you can't buy them otherwise. But if they're wanting to get me to spend for extra variants, my brain is like, if there's a discount, if it's like a good discount, then I'll buy stuff. Kind of like the Steam Summer Sale. I have like 100 games that I've bought for like $1 that I've never played and probably will never play, but it was $1. It was 90% off. I have to buy it. He said wound up with Game Boy Zola and the same Daredevil. Really? What are the odds of that? He said Lizard being a 2-1 with Hydra Bob being a thing is hilarious. Kind of is, Co. I think Lizard needs needs a buff. You got Thorg. Thorg was a pretty funny one. All right, let's go ahead and skip. We have Black Swan to flood our 1 costs on the last turn, or maybe we flood. I don't know. Maybe we played alongside Adam Warlock. Collector's ripoff. Yeah. And then Cameron on the YouTube side said, Collector's Vault is straight up copied homework from League of Legends Vault, except for they give discount and snap cost more. Yeah, it's like the exact same thing, because I liked the Vault in League of Legends. And I actually ended up spending more because of it. Like I would go in and I would see a skin for a character that I play that I don't have one for, and I was like, oh, it's an 80% discount. I might as well buy it. Oh, just came back to a C5. Yeah, we're in C5 right now. C5 season. We can go Luna Snow. That allows us to play Adam Warlock. As long as 7 power is not the highest power card in the left lane, we're fine. I guess 6, right? Because they could overpower us and take the 3 back. Metropolis breaks the block. Metropolis. The words got real tough. You said Metropolis breaks the buff. It does, but I don't. Right now, we don't have Cerebro down, and so, or we don't even have Cerebro in hand. So there's a chance that we don't even play the Cerebro line. There's also a chance that they go higher than 5 power in the left. I think a pretty good chance, which would bring it back on again. Copycat for Galacta. Okay. I guess we could have also been throwing into Thunderbolt's tower since we do have Luke Cage. Let's activate Black Swan. We go... Goes to Luke Cage. And we probably don't play Copycat, but there's a chance. If only Nocturne wasn't nerfed. Yeah, if Nocturne wasn't nerfed, it would slot very well into this. Okay, so they buff up their Ice Cube, which is super unfortunate. No, Eternal's Arc is kind of deadly, right? You have a Captain Marvel that moves. No, it's fine. We're fine. Unless they have an Eliath. But it moves out here and we win. I think we're okay.
Oh, snap.
If they have an Eliath, no, this doesn't win. This is only 20. They would go an extra 9. They go to 20. Maybe it does. We would win the point differential over here. Titania last? Yeah, good call. Good call. If they have an Eliath plus something else, they can win here. If it's just Eliath with the newfound nerf, then we win. Good call on the Titania last. I don't know why I ever staged it before that. They have 9 energy. They can do 2 things. They have 2 cards in hand. Odds are they're going to be able to do both. Yeah, the big Eliath plus whatever else it is. Yeah, that 2 power is going to be more than what... Wait, maybe not, because we have a 4 power lead right now.
Higher, further,
So she moves to the right. We win. Oh no, they win the right. Okay. The Eliath still coming in clutch. We knew that it was a big possibility. I was just hoping that whatever else they had in hand, they couldn't do both. Because any amount of power after the Eliath pushed them over the top. They don't Eliath and Martyr moves? No, our lanes would have been full. Martyr would not have moved out of mid. So Dr. Doom would have filled here and filled here. The Snap would have moved Hydra Bob over here. And so Martyr would have been stuck here. Titania would have been stuck here. If they didn't do the Eliath. But it is time for a really quick ad break. And then we're going to do our quick sponsor plug. As soon as we come back, it's like 10 minutes, which is one of the things that I really like about HelloFresh, other than having the microwavable meals that are super easy and convenient for, you know, if you have a busy schedule, if you don't want to meal prep. So they're super easy for that. But the other thing that I really like about them is that the sponsorship is fairly low lift. And so it's not a full 2 hours. We're going to look at their current week's, the current week's menu, and then we'll be able to jump back and do some more Snap. But before that, I am going to run to the restroom real fast, and then we'll be right back, you guys. All right, we're back. So let's go ahead and clear up some of the on-screen stuff for a moment. I think that's all we need to turn off. All right, and then I'm gonna pull up the menu for this week. And so this stream is sponsored by Factor, and so the next 2 hours will be sponsored by Factor. But the beauty is we spend a few minutes kind of diving through the menu, then we go right back into gaming. So let me go over to Factor. Is that Dr. Seven on the back wall? The bottom mid is Dr. Boom from Hearthstone. And then Slobnob, welcome back, TLSG. How is the other stream in there? Wait, the other stream in where? Oh, in the restroom. It was good. It was a strong stream. All right. Let me pull up this as well. Hey, Dr. Boom was Dr. Seven? Oh yeah, that's true. Sure. I guess I never heard him called Dr. Seven, but yeah, in that case it is. All right, so if you haven't heard of Factor, I've done a sponsorship with them a few times, and so I was excited when they reached back out for another opportunity. If you haven't heard of Factor, it is microwavable meals, so it takes the stress out of meal planning, and then it sets you up for success for the week. And so if you are working in office, if you end up going to eat fast food for lunch, this is a healthier, most of the time, easier option. And you get chef-prepared meals on the table in about 2 minutes is around how long each of them takes to cook. And they're actually really good, which is why I continue coming back to it. So like the chicken is always very juicy, very tasty. And so for our current menu, and then if you do use my code, you get a 50% off discount on your first box. And so if you're on the fence about it and you've never tried it, it's a great deal. If you ever do decide to try it, even if it's not during like my sponsorship, find somebody with one of those codes because it makes that trial much more affordable. Let's making sure that we cover everything. Yeah. Okay. And so the one that I like, I've kind of continued to go back to the chicken Alfredo pasta. It's not bad. I usually season it up a little bit with like some pepper, just to kind of give it a little bit more flavor. But it's very like the noodles are very tender. I haven't tried any of the steak stuff, which I've had recommended to me from time to time. So like the herb peppercorn filet mignon always sounds amazing. But I haven't tried the steak stuff personally. Most of the time I go with chicken. It's really tough to go wrong with any of the chicken meals or the chicken menu. And so you get your veggies. A lot of times you get some kind of either like rice, or sometimes it's a cauliflower rice, which I've been pretty impressed with as well. But I've never had one of the chicken meals that I didn't like. You said I like this new deck, the yellow, the HelloFresh meta. This is actually the Factor 75 meta, and so these are kind of like HelloFresh meals, but they're easier to prep. They're pre-cooked meals, and so they're individual servings, and so you pop them in the microwave and they're good to go. Absolutely love the Factor. I like HelloFresh, but if I do them too often, it becomes kind of time intensive. These are really good for weeks when I don't want to meal prep. My son actually really enjoys the Peruvian chicken. If you have any kind of like dietary restrictions, Cho, you said you did it. Did it work or not, Cho? If you have any kind of dietary restrictions, it does have everything listed. So if you have allergens, this one contains milk and eggs, and it gives you the like full list of ingredients. And so if you have any kind of like allergies, this is a great way to make sure that you're getting something that you can consume. You get all of your nutrient breakdowns, which is super helpful if you're trying to like maybe do this so that you don't snack as much or you don't overeat. Having this macro breakdown, the macros for the most part have been pretty reasonable. Making sure that it hits the like high protein count for the calorie consumption, and they're for the most part pretty. For the most part, they're pretty filling. It was a pain. It was a pain in the streamer. Wait, taking that along with your last message, does that mean I am I'm a bad name? And so for this week, I'm gonna order some off stream so that I don't dox myself. But I normally order about 8, and me and my wife split those, and we use those for lunches for the week. And so like I'll probably grab a couple of chicken Alfredo pasta, the sun-dried tomato chicken. I really like that. This sauce is actually really good, and I don't know if they have it this time, but one that I always get every time I see it is it's a jalapeno chicken, which ends up being very, very good. One of my favorite. The herb crusted is pretty good. I've kind of switched it up both times that I ordered, and I've been impressed with all of it so far. Like the chicken penne is pretty decent. And they don't have the jalapeno one, but if you ever decide to order, there's a cheddar jalapeno chicken. Super flavorful. It's probably my favorite go-to whenever I can. But I'll do a couple of Peruvian chickens. One for my son. He absolutely loves them. I'll do the chicken Alfredo pasta, a couple of the sun-dried tomato chickens. And I've heard really good things about the steaks, but I've never been brave enough to order it or try it. And so I'll probably stick to like the stuff that I know that my family enjoys, and then maybe we get adventurous next time around. But as another reminder, if you do decide to check it out, make sure to use my code. You get a 50% off discount for your first box, and then a 20% off for your next several boxes as well. And so we're gonna go ahead and jump back into the game before I get too hungry. Go ahead and close that out, and then I'll order my box off stream, and so then we'll do a follow-up stream where I have a couple of the meals. That's probably what I'll be snacking on in my streams in the next couple of weeks. But definitely enjoy the factor. And if you are tired of meal prepping, or if you need your lunches, or you typically like go grab fast food, or a lot of times it's going to be cheaper than fast food and it's going to be healthier. Now I'm hungry. Oh no, Co. The unfortunate thing is it takes a little bit to get to the house, so you wouldn't be able to do factor today. But hopefully you have something to snack on. And so I wonder if Evazord is streaming right now. Otherwise, the snap tells me that they have Wiccan. Like they have Wiccan in hand already, is what my guess would be. We do have our Cerebro. We have Black Swan to be able to flood our 1 costs late. Evazord is online, so we'll see. I'm fully expecting to see the Wiccan on either 3 or 4, depending on what their turn 2 play was. Kate Bishop. Deck tracker, thank you. That, make sure the alerts are online, and we're good. So Eternal's Arc is going to flood the other locations. We can get some additional reach with either Cerebro, maybe a Doctor Doom, maybe a Hydra Bob. We have to look out for Eliath, though. Eliath is a big pain. Let's go Luna Snow left. And so it didn't, Pablo? Good. It shouldn't work, but with it triggering the on reveal, I didn't know if it would count itself as being played as that. Okay, let's go Adam Warlock. I don't know that we'll win this left lane, because I think they probably go Wiccan here. But we'll get rid of the Ice Cube, and we'll see from there. Ooh, yeah, they do have Wiccan. Took us like 20 rounds. That's some dedication, you guys. I saw the chat going back and forth of you guys trying to navigate it. I think we do this. For TLSG, I can even try hunt rounds. I appreciate it, Pablo. I'm glad that it doesn't work. Like, it's a super niche interaction and it shouldn't. Oh, that's a big gore. Gorgeous card for him. See, even with Cerebro, we can win the left lane. Could we win mid, though? They could have Eliath. And Martyr's gonna jump. If we snap and move the Bob, Martyr would jump. Right now, she would jump into mid, which would be fine. Unless they have Eliath, which they probably do. I'll give them this one. Seems like this deck doesn't do great into the Wiccan stuff, because the Wiccan stuff still runs that Eliath. And the Eliath is giving us some trouble on that last turn.
Epic.
And I'll have to spend some time over the weekend. Contribution is kind of low. Remember when Eliath would delete cards after reveal? That was a wild time for sure. Super, super unfair. Super unfun. Oh, man. This is the wildest of times. He should have never released as a delete them from play entirely type. Martage, great for like a Doctor Doom. Since we don't know if we're going to get Black Swan, I think we're going to go heavy into Eternity range. The bad old times, yeah. 6-5 Eliath was my goat. 6-5 Eliath was something else. He was overly tuned for sure. He was very, very strong. They could Polaris pull both of these out of Eternity range and into Kamartage. Now they could only pull one if it's Luna Snow. Let's try to protect this lane from the Polaris. And so they're only going to be able to pull... Whoa, they have a Luna Snow too! That is a lot of snow. Whew. It's too much snow. Oh, and I forgot that these stay. They don't all get destroyed at the same time. Bit unfortunate. Let's do this. We'll see. Ooh, so it's a... Oh, it's an Arsham deck. So it's not... Why would they ever have players? I just now realized it's an Arsham deck. An Arsham Thanos as well. Big Mockingbird over there. Let's go Ghost. And then the last turn we'll do Doctor Doom to spread and fill up the rest of the board. Arsham in this meta? I don't know. I honestly don't know that the Arsham change like completely bricks Arsham. Initial reaction is he's going to be unplayable, but honestly, the biggest threat when playing against Arsham for me is those later turns. The early turns don't really feel like they're as impactful. Okay, so the Hawk is going to make it where our Doctor Doom only triggers once here. Maybe we get Titania. Ooh, so we very much lose this lane. 7-14 plus 3. Even with Martyr jumping over there, we wouldn't win right. Arsham still does. The change didn't do much. Yeah. I think that it gives the person playing against it a little bit more information or knowledge, but I don't think it completely breaks the card either. With Martyr jumping over. Unfortunate. We can't quite compete against the Blue Marvel Mockingbird. So Arsham doesn't give you extra energy until turn 3 or after? Until. So you miss 2 turns of the extra energy, and that's it. Which, for me, them hitting a Cable or a Loki on 1, yes, it was frustrating, but that's not what feels like it made Arsham strong. And so, from everything that I've read, it feels like the devs don't really see an issue with Arsham. Because from an actual, like, analytics standpoint, he's fine. His stats are fine. I think what they're not taking into consideration so much, and why we see, like, there was a survey about Arsham and like generating player feedback on Arsham. I think maybe what they're not taking into account is how, like, that fun factor is how unfun it is to play against. Even though Arsham's win rate and cube rate is within the acceptable means, it's super unfun to play against, especially in Conquest. Like, I have avoided Conquest for the last 3 months because it feels like, unless I'm completing bounties, because it feels like in Gold and Infinite, it's Arsham after Arsham after Arsham. I see more issue with Dracula Apocalypse decks. So Dracula Apocalypse, I do think it's stronger. I think that combo itself is stronger than what Arsham is most of the time. The issue with Arsham is the unknown, and that's kind of where playing against it becomes unfun for me. Is like, you can't really play well and just like outplay what the opponent's going to do, because you don't know what the opponent's going to be able to do. And so that's the part for me that's kind of unfun. But everything that I've seen from like the devs gathering feedback, it's kind of seems like they don't feel like it's Arsham is an issue so much as like they're trying to correct the player sentiment around it. And for me, Arsham, for the most part, I don't have an issue with, unless I see Arsham everywhere, which is kind of my Conquest experience. All right, let's go Luna Snow. We'll generate some extra energy. I think I should just start running some tech cards to try to slow it down. For the Dracula Apocalypse, yeah, Red Guardian, beautiful for that discard matchup. And so that's why a lot more decks that I've been running recently have had Red Guardian. Conquest is Wiccan. Wiccan is quickly becoming the, like, it's Wiccan, Arsham, and then everything else is like every once in a while you see it. Did I only play Conquest? It is better now. See, I'm wondering if it's better now just because people have abandoned it for the time being. Because I could see it being like that kind of knee-jerk reaction of, oh my god, they nerfed this, we can't play it anymore, and then people realize it's not as bad as they thought, and then slowly like come back to it. Then Scada, welcome in. If you have the points, I'm queuing it up. Arsham should be a game mode. I don't know. Why Ghost in this deck? To reveal last. Ghost in the deck to protect your 1-cost cards from like Killmonger. Because if we reveal first and then we flood our 1-cost and then they Killmonger, we lose a good chunk of our power. And then Titania, yeah, Titania as well. All right, let's go ahead and Doctor Doom. We'll see. And then Rice Burner. Did I think I got your hydrate reminder. If not, we'll take a 30-minute late hydrate for you.
Doom rules all.
We can copycat Hydra Bob, Titania, Martyr scales down, but I don't know if we win off of that. 7, 14, 21, 28. I feel like we lose Monster Metropolis, but it's only one additional cube risk. And so I'm going to stick it out, but I don't think we overpower them in the right lane. Ooh, Surfer. It hitting Nakia does it for him. Otherwise, it would have been a point differential, which I think we would have won. Honestly, forgot Nakia was a 3-cost. We're gonna pivot out of this. I like the idea of the C5, but it still it has a very limited ceiling. And then on the YouTube side, literally never touched the vault. Yeah. I will probably. Actually, I can pretty confidently say I don't think I'll ever buy anything from the vault in its current in its current state. Your stream habits are too relatable. What do you what do you mean, Uni? Flipping over just to see what's there is fun. Yeah, me too. That's the only way that I'll ever engage with the collector's vault, because the prices are just too much. Cerebro decks are susceptible to locations. Yeah, that too. Monster Metropolis diff was a Monster Metropolis difference. The fact buying doesn't count towards the variant shop 2K. That's also kind of lame Harper. All right, so we're gonna run a little bit of clutter. I've had the most success lately with Mill, just because you can really control the state of the game. But I think clutter is, especially with all the Wiccan stuff, with all the Thanos stuff, in an okay spot in general. I'm gonna go ahead and build up the raft. We're gonna see if we can fight for it. You should try this low-cost card deck I'm using. Kitty, Nebula, Havoc, Ina, Goose, Hawkeye? Is it Kate Bishop Hawkeye? Or regular Hawkeye? Thoughts on the state of... Ooh, we're going to have an ad run. Thoughts on the state of shop tokens? I feel like tokens are acquired so slowly that you don't really have a whole lot of agency on your like acquisition rates. I'm just going to change this left lane. Hope that they don't double stack over there. Sonic is actually fine. And then we'll look to maybe clutter up the Nexus so that we can steal that one away. We could do Misery to get another demon. We could do Viper to lock them into the left lane. But I think I'm just going to Misery mid. I'll build it out and test it a little bit later, Pablo. Probably off stream. But I will check it out and play it some. Let's go with the slight clutter into mid. We have to look out for them doing Goliath at any point now. Then all we're needing is like, actually, we have 3 out of 4 to draw into like a good. Oh wait, unless they cluttered themselves here. Okay, Bishop of the Throne, Fenris, huge. Oh, Spider. Okay, so they can even move that Wiccan out of the Nexus if they want to. So I kind of like the idea of doing like Titania Cannonball here. We push the Wiccan away. And then we send Titania over. But if they don't play a card here, it kind of backfires a bit. That's what I'm going to try. Big Goliath on 6 feels bad. It is a good play. They knew that we were probably going to go with our powerhouse stuff, or try to go with our powerhouse stuff anyways. Had we had the debris last turn to clutter them from the side, would have been okay. How big can they go in mid, realistically? The biggest that I've seen Wiccan... They could go Gore. Gore would be unbeatable. Otherwise, it's Magneto. And either way, we don't win. First feeling lately has been using Spotlight keys and getting a card you have converted to tokens. Yeah. I think that always feels bad. Or I think that has always felt bad. But the system itself is not perfect. But I do think it worked better when we had less cards. Because then each new card that's released, if you choose not to buy it right now, you know that in a month, 2 months, it's going to rotate back in. With how big Series 5 is now, it's just unable to be maintained. So every time you see a new set of Spotlight caches, odds are it's a card you already own, versus before the chances of it being a new card were much greater. So I think that's where like the feel bad has kind of like boiled up to, that boiling point. Is Series 5 and 4 are just way too inflated for this type of system. And hopefully that changes. Hopefully that changes. Hopefully they have something worked up or in the pipeline. I just hope that it gets here fast enough. Because I would love to be able to do different brews on like the new cards. I typically try not to release too many videos using too many new cards. Because the number one comment that is always there is, this would be great if I could build it. Or what's a sub for XYZ cards, sometimes even up to like 3 of the cards in the deck. And then Garson, you said, good game ahead, Gore for mid. Yep, I figured Gore, even if it was just like the lower end Magneto, I don't know that we were going to be able to beat it. So good game for sure, Gar. We can retrigger Misery. Or not Misery. We can retrigger Debris. Which I kind of like. We clog this one. It is an unknown amount of power because of this card. But we can focus on like cluttering up one of the other lanes afterwards. That I hate Clog, and right now I'm on the ropes with you for playing it. Oh no, Gar, I just read the second half of the message. Well, I think you were maybe my first game that we played with it, so it was just a recent thing.
You won't need this anymore.
Okay, so it's a full-on discard deck. This could be Morbius, could be Gambit, but Gambit's gone now. And so it's looking more and more likely to be Morbius stacked up here. And I don't know that we ever beat a Morbius. Do we ever double clutter mid? Probably not. I think they probably have Dracula and they probably play it into Kunlun. I'm going to hold the Titanium for now. The excitement and anticipation I have for the 17th makes me wish we had similar acquisition model in Snap. Me too, Slopknob. Just now catching your message, but me too. The excitement over like the new cards and being able to brew with all of them at the same time. I can't wait. Like I'm counting down. We win? Yeah, I think we win. Since they played out the Apocalypse, we destroyed the Apocalypse with Cannonball. Titania left locks this one in, and then we just give up Limbo. Unless they have a Morbius, maybe they could cheese us out of the mid lane. Nope, just Dracula. Okay. Can't believe they stayed. They must have just drawn the Dracula. A strong guy over here.
Victory.
Increasing the number of tokens in the collector reserve could help. It could help, but I still think the biggest issue is how bad the spotlight system feels. That Scorn went left, we lose. Ooh. Yep, very true. That Scorn went left. So there was a chance to lose that one. Yep, we could have lost it. And so like I think the increasing the number of tokens in the collector's reserves would be like a band-aid fix, but I don't think it fixes how bad the actual acquisition system feels to like it. Going off of that gotcha mechanic and knowing your like 1 out of 4 chance to pull the cards you want, it sets up for always like a negative feeling each week. Except for the few that get in that first pull, most of the time it's a very negative feeling. So I think I feel like the system itself needs to be revamped. It would be better if like they were doing consistent drop downs from 5 to 4 and 4 to 3, but as soon as they scrapped that idea, the system itself started feeling worse and worse. Yeah, they would win the tiebreaker because their right lane was so big. And then Garson, you said, all good, just personally hate the deck. An archetype, because to me it sucks the fun out of the game. I know it's beatable, but I hate playing against it. Yeah, it's one of those decks that when it's super popular, I absolutely detest it. So I'm right there with you when it's... when this deck is common, it feels so bad to play against. Because then it's like every single game. So you have to be able to like build things, and that's where our like mid-range Kitty Pryde stuff comes in. But it really pushes the fun in pushes the game in unfun ways. Same thing with Mill. If Mill was ever super popular, very frustrating. He said the cool thing about TLSG is that he's the nicest guy alive, but exclusively plays evil decks. I don't know why I enjoy the evil decks. And if the evil decks are popular, I don't like them anymore because then they're frustrating. I like the surprise factor of being able to run something just like diabolical. Well, welcome in, by the way, KM. Hopefully you're having a good one. Mill is the only deck where I'll retreat turn 1 without even a snap. It's just annoying to play against. Sometimes I do that against Arisham, but so it's a move deck. They're looking. I don't know that they get a lot of big benefit from Valhalla versus us with Debris could be pretty good. I don't know that we want to re-trigger Hate Bishop though. I think it's gonna be this. As soon as I see Yondu, I'm like, nope. Ah, well, my bad. My bad since I just posted a mill deck recently. No dupes for random unless you have X amount of cards left. Yeah. Would help that. It would help it feel a lot less like bad each week, but I think the way that it's set up, it's setting up for those like negative interactions and negative feelings. So I don't know that in its current state we find a good middle ground win.
Friendly neighborhood Spider-Man here.
That is a lot of Spider-Men that are gonna be coming into the fold. Oh, well. At least they're only pulling one of our cards from Bar Sinister.
Friendly neighborhood Spider-Man here.
I remember when Yondu was using Destroy and Debris used in Patriot. Beautiful, less toxic times. They were simpler times for sure. Is this ever a play we want to do? Probably not. We could just go like Viper, Pim Arrow. Because after this turn, Debris is going to re-trigger anyways. Debris Bar Sinister would have been fun. I feel like Debris Bar Sinister is always a really fun line, but rarely does it win. Because you're also like fully cluttering your stuff. So unless you have a high tempo, usually Debris into Bar Sinister ends up with me retreating the following turn. Ever thought of using Quake or Legion? We could. Quake or Legion I think would be okay. With double Polaris. We lose the right. Oh no! I forgot the Spider-Man play. Oh, and there's triggered first. This feels so bad. Can we win this one? We can do Titania Magic. As long as they play a card, then they're capped out. And we get an extra turn to like set up Misery. Let's see. 8 would go to 11. So it would have to be like Misery, Cannonball, Misery, Red Hulk. I think is okay. I think we still have a shot. Big Galacta. But they're going to be locked out. Hood Misery? We could have done Hood Misery, but I wanted to control what they can do. And so now they have 2 turns that they can't do anything. And so we get like... I mean, we could do Hood Misery and they're still locked out. It gives us another 12 in the left lane up to 15. We can still call Titania back to our side. I kind of like the Hood Misery this turn. Because this Hood pulls it our way, Misery pushes it back. Then we get Cannonball, Demon, Demon for our final turn. This poor person. So then our final turn, we recall it. Go Cannonball, Demon. Gonna be 12, 18 should win us there, and then Demon to pull Titanium back to our side. There's no way they stay, right? Yeah.
Victory.
They had a lot of that. The Spider-Man play was good. It pulled our debris out. It kept it from re-triggering, but Bar Sinister helped us out a little bit too much for him. I also remember in Mill when Yondu didn't make the cut because it gave them better odds of drawing into their better stuff. And so I remember Yondu being like not good in Mill, but then things like Misery came around and a few other cheeky ways to play it like Grandmaster. And so then we start seeing Yondu perform a little bit better in those. Yondu still kind of sucks. I think it depends on how heavy you're going. It does give them a lot better chance of drawing into like their Surfer if they're going with a Surfer deck, or their Wiccan if they're going Wiccan. Like I think on the surface he's fine, but like statistically, he gives them a lot better outs. But I think with Misery, since you're going for like the death discount, I think he makes the cut. Whereas before it was a replacement for like Spider Ham to disrupt like what they wanted to do pretty heavily. It's always the nice ones that think the most evil things. It's not much, but it's honest work. Yeah. Yep, I don't know why. I don't know why these decks entertain me as much as they do. But they definitely do. So we're up against another move deck. Eventually throwing Demon into Lake Hellas is pretty big for us. The brighter the picture, the darker the negative. They could have, what, Beast? Beast in these decks, I think, become a problem. So if we can't clutter them up, then I think we lose regardless. But I also don't want to drop the Viper, because I'm pretty sure that they'll bounce this lane. I think he's pretty much the worst card in the archetype. Ooh, we could have cluttered him up. That's unfortunate. I think so. And I think the biggest reason is because he's giving them their better cards. Like, you burned a Hood, but now we get to draw into Wiccan or whatever, like, actual combo pieces we were wanting to go with. So I think for the most part, he's the worst performer. But with Misery, there are, like, it gives you a better chance to mill through the entirety of their deck. And now they have the Beast. What a burden. We go first, so it's not like we can even Viper clutter any of it up. If they were to snap, we leave this one. I'm not sure that there's anything that we can really do. Find ourselves in a better position. Our highest power is the Misery, but that doesn't do it. No. Even without the snap, I'm going to leave here. Cannonball? Cannonball to push the Beast.
Escaped.
Then they have Madam Web left. Yeah, Cannonball is the highest like power output for us. You push the dagger. No, they have Beast. Or are you talking about on the last turn? We have Prio? Oh, you're right. Damn. I don't know why I was thinking they had Prio. I even looked at it to check. Cannonball was the play. And this is why you're ranked higher than I am, Cam. And I think you have a better grapple on like a high-end mindset like that. Not necessarily what we saw there, but I think you have a much better grip on like the snap mechanic, and it's like snapping effectively. I end up staying too long too often. I mean, we were gonna lose anyways. Yeah, that one. But there are times where like you can pull those really close games out. I think that's one of the biggest ways to like get higher in rank is be able to close the gap on those that were almost 50-50s. And so a lot of that is like, you know, finding the cheeky ways to play it. But either way. I've been having a lot of fun with Lockjaw Hammers. Honestly, the bill buff has been doing really well. Yeah, the bill buff I think is very interesting. I'm not sure how I feel about the extra power being pushed onto the hammers. And actually, I wanted to rerun the Moon Girl Hammer Bros deck that I featured a few days ago and see how it performs. They could get Wiccan down here, which is scary. They could also have Reality Stone and turn off TVA. So I think what we're going to do is speed. Next turn is Viper plus Demon somewhere. Do you want to bet they got Viper? Oh, they could have gotten Viper. Oh, they got a copy of our Demon.
Time's up.
We still have the advantage in all three lanes. It's just this margin is a lot smaller. Wasn't making Bill 4-7 better than making Hammer 0-3? I think making Bill 4-7 is taking it too far. I think it gives him much more of a buff than what it seems like. Because being able to double up that 7, you're giving him 2 points of value. If you happen to run it with like the Misery stuff or Odin, you're giving him even more strength. But that's also like it's on the board. It's a known output that you're trying for. And so I don't know. Maybe the hammer buff actually turns out to be stronger overall. So we win by 6. We lose left by 6. We have an outright tie, right?
Tie.
No. Not what I was expecting. I don't know that there was a way that we... Oh yeah, all we had to do was like Kate Bishop or something in mid if we knew that they weren't going to push much there. You said 4-7 would make Bill stronger. It would, but I guess my counter thought to that was once you see Bill on the board, if you aren't able to control your priority, then Shadow King still hits it hard. The hammer being 0-3, that's your guaranteed. So you're guaranteed to get the extra +2 out of that buff. But you also have to draw into the hammers, and so it's I don't know. I think 4-7 for Beta Ray Bill would probably be too much, because then you run into a situation where you probably just abandon that lane if you don't have a way to like offset it or deal with it as the opponent. I hated that they buffed Bill and not Thor. I could see that. But I think Thor being earlier in curve gives you more opportunity to naturally draw into the hammer if you need to. And I don't know. I think Thor probably has better stats than Beta Ray. The 4-cost slot is one of the hardest slots to get good value out of consistently. And so I think if any of them needed it, it was Beta. But from the standpoint of buffing a card that is a lot harder to attain to drive more sales, that piece I get. But I don't think that was the driving factor behind it, though. We have priority. So do I guess if they play one card here, then Titania would still stay on our side. So we're okay with it.
Snap.
Oh, wait. My bad. Shouldn't have snapped that. They definitely should not have buffed both. Yeah. Yeah, buffing both, I think, is taking it a bit too far. What an unfortunate, interesting interaction. They buffed Bill because it was performing badly, and they didn't buff Thor because it wasn't. Yeah, Thor, I think, is performing better. Like, there are some decks with the Hammer Bros that you'd run Thor, but probably wouldn't run Beta Ray. We know the Cannonball is staged over here. We also know that we lose the left lane every single time. Yeah, it's easier to curve into before you start needing to do your bigger stuff. So out of them, Thor is definitely the stronger performer by far. So if Cannonball is already spoken for, I think Red Hulk can just go mid. Because I don't think they're going to run Shang-Chi. Good, there's a couple of versions that do, but it's a matter of if Aeon's running one of them. This Viper? The Bree Viper was big. We reveal first. This turn we do. But next turn, we have the Goliath. So then we can turn off their Cannonball. I guess they could just do a big Thor here, though, right? Yeah. Not a big Thor. My goodness, I was reading the Thor chat. They could do a big Red Hulk here. I don't think we've let grow, so it would be 10 power. So it'd be 18. I think we might beat that. Unless they can do Red Hulk plus something here. Or they run Shang-Chi. Never mind. Now we should have left our Cannonball be alive. Or their Cannonball. The Goliath is gonna kill us this game. Rough Shang-Chi. That's what I get for running evil decks. We're actually not doing great with clutter. Like sometimes we clutter it up, but I think Mill is actually in a better spot. I'm gonna go back to Bill. I still stand on Quaker Legion. I think either one of those you're talking about in the clutter, right? I think either one of those could have been fine. Like Quake is one of those that you slot in and sometimes has like a really big surprise value. But I don't know. I very rarely like to run it. Actually, no, I was wanting to run the Hammer Bros deck. I'll run this mill for this one time, and then we'll switch over to the Hammer Bros. I don't know that it holds up to all of the Wiccan stuff incredibly well. But we'll see. TLSG, any advice for playing against Clog with a Mr. Negative deck? Is it just a bad matchup? Not necessarily. Or not necessarily like an awful matchup. I don't think it's great, but it's still, if you get, like, you don't want to play a lot of cards early. And so you probably want to hold most of them if you recognize that it's clutter. You can hold most of your resources in hand. So it's still the same thing. You get Psylocke or Ravonna, you get negative on 2. And then they can it's tough for them to clutter. if you anticipate that they're going to be cluttering up one of the lanes, at that point, try to fill it with your negative resources to be able to go over the top of it. But you said Spider Island went crazy with Galactus. I actually didn't run Galactus with Spider Island. I was running a mill deck, so I was changing the location with magic instead. It's a big gladiator.
I want the throne.
Rest in peace.
I guess we could have just thrown Yondu. Do cable Yondu. Next turn we might do the same thing, or we might hit it with a misery. Good roll? Yeah. Good draw on the reroll. Having Shadow King, I think, could be good, but hitting both cable Yondu and then misery to hit it again, I think is massive. And then the Aeon, good game. I was gambling on you not having Shang-Chi, Aeon. But welcome in. Hopefully you're having a good day so far. And then Carne, you said, hey TLSG, I'm with my good friend Clunk. He said hello as well. I hope, Clunk, I hope your day is going well. And then Carne, I hope your day is going well as well. They DC? Pulling the Negasonic is pretty big. The only other thing I'd like to see would be pulling maybe their Eliath.
Hey,
And
welcome.
Game
It took
Dev
you long enough.
Perez. I do think they either DC'd or maybe their phone died. Game Dev Perez, thank you so much for the Prime sub. Very much appreciate the support and appreciate having you here. Hopefully you're having a great one. Ooh, we have weekend missions. I didn't even notice. Penny Parker, Galacta. Both of those should be okay. Probably just run something in Conquest off stream, like to complete some Alliance bounties to get it done. Oh, I want to switch to the mill deck, or not the mill deck, the hammer deck. Now that Beta Ray is buffed up, I'm curious if this still holds up. Having the Shadow King is one of our biggest assets, and then, of course, the potential double Thor, the potential double Stormbreaker can come in pretty handy too. All right, let's go ahead and hold the Hydra Bob. We get Beta Ray. Wonder if I have any other spotlights for Beta Ray yet. I don't think so. So we're gonna skip 1-2, see if maybe we draw into our Black Swan. If not, then we might start playing a few of them out next turn. But if they play enough cards in any of the lanes, we can potentially tap them out. Wait. Seeing Medusa, I feel like they're probably 2,000 collection level or lower. No, 10,000. Interesting. Cerebro 5. That's probably what we're looking at is C5. So Titania doesn't break the C5. We could potentially fill up that mid lane. It goes into a symbiote, which would break their bonus at some point. I almost want to skip again. Then next turn do Beta Ray, potentially skip 1/5, and then flood from there. Oh, Jeezy. Oh, I'm so sorry. They can't fill mid? Yeah, they can't fill mid.
Aid my hand.
Storm is interesting. I mean, they can, but then they just wouldn't be able to do the Cerebro part of it. We could go Black Swan so that we can get the Titania, but since Hydra Bob pulled, I think we're just going to go Beta Ray. Call it a day. Silk is pushing awfully close to this mid lane being deadly. Oof. Wow. Stormbreaker right away is beautiful. If we skip, we can do 3, 4, 5. We can do a decent play. Silk won't move. They played there? Right. But if we try to push the Titania, then it would move before we could send the Titania to cap him out. This would have been good to already have down. Do we play the Sunspot? No, because it's probably going to guarantee move it to the right. They have prio? Yeah, they have priority. But if we do Sunspot and they don't play anything here and they just go like Cerebro and whatever, Martyr helps. Yeah, Martyr helps too. They could go a Dr. Doom. Whoa.
Doom rules all.
Did not expect them to self-fill that right lane. We win it with the Stormbreaker. Whew. But I did not expect for them to just self-fill it.
Victory.
Take it. Maybe they forgot about the location. Yeah, the Martyr exchange for Silk, I think, would have won the other way. Yeah. Yep, Martyr would have stabbed him in the back without being able to fill the entire board. You get some pretty big issues. Next up, we have Hippo Whale Amos. First location is the Isle of Silence. Go ahead and skip. Maybe we can get our Black Swan. Maybe we find King Eitri to pull out the Beta Ray Hammer. We do get Moon Girl, so I think I'm going to go ahead and play the Hydra Bob. Clear out our hand a little bit. We're going up against Agent Venom. A lot of times, I don't know the ideal hand for them anymore, or the ideal like play line for them. I assume they have probably the Claw or Iron Man or something like that. I feel like it's still pretty JF. My bad. I didn't mean to alarm you. We can Beta Ray. King Eitri pulls out the hammer right away. I don't know that we ever get our hand low enough that Moon Girl can double up on it, though. So I tuned in immediately. Yeah, no. It was a little bit less exciting than what I thought than what I'm sure you thought it was. Just the name. Welcome in, JF. Hopefully you're having a good one. Toxin is big. We have Shadow King to be able to offset it. Black Swan a touch late. So if we did this, 3, 4, 5, we only double up on these two. Otherwise, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then free. Or 3, 4, 5, 6, and then free. I think we're going to go ahead and do this, and we'll play out the Black Swan just because we have it. Thanks to Post-Destroyer Disorder, I always play Black Vortex early. I have had it hit Destroyer a couple of times. So we hopefully is not the case here. But we'll see. So Falcon to pull in the Sable and the Rocket. Unfortunate. Galactus could have been crazy, but instead it was very much not. So this goes up to 3. This is the guaranteed 3. So I think it's I guess if we do, actually, if we do Shadow King to the right, I'm not sure that we need the Hit Monkey as well, or if the Hit Monkey could just win it on his own. This was the gut play, though, so that's what I'm going to go with. A lot of demons in mid. Shadow King right is nice. But they also have a really big left lane. Oh, that Sage is huge. Yeah. The Stormbreaker right would have won the right lane. And then Hitmonkey the left. Stormbreaker or Titania right. No, wouldn't have won it, would it? 3, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. No, we would have lost it. Shadow King here. I don't know that we could have overpowered it regardless. That Sage as that follow-up was just a bit too much. Would Jane work in this? I don't think Jane would be great in this. Because typically we want to skip on 5 to enable a cheap She-Hulk and then a Flood on the final turn. And so Jane Foster, I feel like more often than not would be like a detriment to our hand. All right, we have Black Swan, we have Thor, we have Titania, so I'm going to save the Titania. Shadow King could come in really, really handy for us, seeing the Agony. So much for Whale Caboose. Yeah, so much for Whale Caboose. I'm gonna do Thor mid. We could create a Jhin to get some extra energy. Maybe we play Black Swan into Nor Dimension next turn. So that if we need to skip for a She-Hulk, we can make sure that it's free. And enable an easier flood for us. Wow. Drawn to the Mjolnir right away, which is nice. Firefox, is it not working? You're a hammer magnet? I know. Which is not always a good thing. Firefox, I'm not sure why it's not working. I can grab the untapped code for it here in a second if you want. The Shang-Chi avatar. Ah, Jeezy. Right after this game. If I don't do it, I'm gifting you a sub. So we go Beta Ray. into Jin. We could Jin over here. We have another follow-up Jin. And then we skip into Flood from there. Firefox, most of the time that command works, but for some reason the untapped add-on or plugin as like they did an update and it kind of broke some functionality, and I haven't been able to get it restored. But I will grab you the code to the deck in a second, or a link to it. I think I can probably pull up a little bit easier. All right, let's go ahead and skip. Whoa. That is probably not the code. I don't think that's gonna work. Oh, it does. Question marks at the end. I was unsure. So Stormbreaker would be beautiful, or Hitmonkey, but Stormbreaker we will gladly take. Code checks out. Code does check out. I thought because the question mark exclamation point was off, it wouldn't work, but it does. And so speaking of being a hammer magnet, we play a card and pull it in right away. So I don't think we can ever win left. I mean, maybe with Shadow King would bring this to 6 and 3, so 9 plus whatever they do here. But I feel like we probably need to focus. Here instead. Could have an Eliath. But I don't think that's a problem. Why not Hydro Bob right? It's gonna move to the right. No, yeah, it's gonna move to the right. From the snaps. You had me very worried for a second. No, it's not gonna move to the right. The Hydro Bob is just gonna lock into the left lane anyways. And so it turns out maybe we should have played it to the right. But the reason I played Hydro Bob to the left was so that it could jump to the right. It's not going to. But I think we're fine. Between all of the hammers. Yeah, we're good.
Union to me.
What is this last one? No, we're not good. Comes down to a point differential. And we lose the point differential.
Tie.
No, it's a tie. We don't lose it. It's a tie. That Juggernaut saved the day. We could have won left, maybe. With a Shadow King She-Hulk. But then winning the other ones would be the issue. I guess just the Titania or Stormbreaker to the right instead of mid could have done it too. Jugs moved the first played card. Does he always do that though? Emotional roller coaster. Yeah, that was a big emotional roller coaster. But it is time for a quick ad break, and we were gonna jump over into it, and then we'll be right back, you guys. All right, let's go ahead and queue into another one. I was looking at the messages in my Discord. I'm seeing Bob more and more in decks. Yeah, Bob is super versatile. Like he fits into a lot of decks. He most of the time he doesn't change the deck themselves, but he's like a good just powerhouse for like a last turn play. So I think we continue to see a lot of usage out of Bob. Honestly, I could see them bringing him down a notch with like his maybe individual play rate, maybe teetering a bit too high. All right, let's go ahead and Sunspot mid. It's the first game that we've been able to play Sunspot. Probably grab him. Yeah, I was thinking we might see a change to Wiccan or Wiccan and or Hydra Bob on the last patch, but both of those stayed exactly where they were. I don't think we ever play the Titania, but next turn we're going to have a full hand, so Moon Girl's not going to really do much for us. Unless we wasted the Shadow King. Oh, I may have played too slow for Zartos. Probably my biggest my biggest drawback is that I play very, very slowly. When I'm streaming. Whenever I'm not, I usually play in fine speed. Sunspot been chilling in his bathtub all the time? He has. I really like this. I really like this variant. It's the winter variant for the first Christmas that they did. And a lot of these were super affordable for like gold, and I feel like it's not necessarily that way anymore. But I do like the variant. Probably one of my favorite Sunspot variants. Said Bob is definitely the card that needs a nerf for how strong it is. Alpha, I know that you're saying that jokingly, but he's super flexible. If you think of the stat line for him, initially like the drawback was like the snap mechanic, but using him late or just being able to have that power on the board is a lot of times not a huge drawback for a lot of decks. Ooh, this match could curve out very, very well. Thor into hammer, into beta ray, draw the hammer. And so I don't think he's broken, but I think he's probably overtuned for 1 cost for sure. Because a lot of times that snap mechanic is actually a benefit rather than a detriment, versus something like Martyr where her detriment is always in effect. This would be the game we're going to get Destroyer and Black Vortex. I feel it. Big anti-venom coming in for him. Beautiful Stormbreaker pull. I think we still just skip here. We won't draw next turn, but that means the Thor lane is probably going to be the one we abandon. Instead, we'll play into Mount Vesuvius and Black Vortex. Although, they have a really good lineup. Destroyer. Oh, man, that Giganto is massive. Oh, no. Well... I don't know if we ever can compete against them. Maybe a Luke Cage over here. This goes up to 12, so it's an extra 6, plus whatever Black Vortex summons. There's a lot of chances for this to just go horribly. But since it's only for one additional cube, we're going to give it a shot.
Knowledge is power.
Ah, the Red Guardian. Rough. Infinite. Something big. Giganto. Okay. We'll take a return fire Giganto. Depending on what this card is. Oh no, Titania bounces, doesn't it? No. Okay, we're fine. I was freaking out for no reason. We're fine.
Victory.
Yeah, the hammer still works. Because the effect is not on Beta Ray himself, it's on the hammer. And so the hammer affects this card. He's still this card, it's just he doesn't have text. And so it still doubles him up, it's just it doubles up the lower value. Buff the bill. Buff the bill, indeed. It is one of those interactions that doesn't happen all that often, but it does the same thing for Thor. So like if Thor gets hit with Red Guardian, it still gives him the +6 because it's off of the hammer and the name, not necessarily the card's text at that point. Next up, we have Dozer. We have a beautiful starting hand. We snap. You think they stay?
Snap.
The Sunspot, Black Swan, and then we have the She-Hulk potentially get it doubled up. This is a cool deck. I really like this deck. Works even in deep space if he somehow ends up there after you get the hammer. Yeah, it should. Hit Monkey is a good pull. Go ahead and get our Black Swan on the board. Agent Venom. I think we can outscale an Agent Venom deck. Although we don't want all this stuff at ooh. What do they Red Guardian? Do they Red Guardian the Black Swan or the Sunspot?
Opponent snapped.
If it's the Black Swan, we kind of want to flood a little bit this turn. I guess just one, yeah? Because it'd be 3, 4, 5, 6. Black Swan, yeah. I'd Red Guardian in the Black Swan here. Me too. That's what I'm thinking. And so I think we just go ahead and rock it mid. And we'll see. Yeah, good call. Red Guardian mid. In the snap accordingly. But the good thing is we don't have to rely on that exclusively. Have big burst. And so if we can draw a hammer out of the next 2 draws, that'll help our reach a little bit. We'll go 3, 4, 5, 6. We just need to summon the hammer. Easy enough. Wait, Jubilee with Agent Venom?
Face the might of Asgard. Mjolnir.
And then Red Guardian with Agent Venom. What is Okay. It makes more sense now. Can't believe we I can't believe we pulled it right off the jump. Oh. I feel so bad for this guy. He may come back and beat us. We'll see. I don't know that I've seen this Thena. I don't like that Thena. how heavy do we go right? We go She-Hulk, Titania, Hitmonkey, Hydra Bob, Mjolnir. That'll be 16. It goes to 20, 25. I think is more than enough to cover any scaling or anything they do here. This is pretty big. They have to cover all three. They can't Mystique the Cosmo, so we don't have to worry about our Hitmonkey or Mjolnir in before Eliath. Ooh, wait. But if they Eliath, it's only 3 power because of the age. I guess if they had it in hand, it may not be. But okay, so we went way too heavy in the left lane, it appears. But it's fine. We're fine. Even without the hammer buff. I lost 8 cubes to a low collection level gamer the other day. He had Blue Marvel and Khazar on the board, so I was expecting Ultron. And then on 6 he played Killmonger. Oh no. I've been cooked by some low collection level players for sure. Like they don't have as many resources, but because of that, sometimes they have like some odd cooks and odd includes that just has the element of surprise that just absolutely rocks. And then Vamp, you said, sorry I've missed the answer if you mentioned this, but can the Sunspot Winter variant hot tub show up in the vault? That bundle was offered before I started playing. It should be an opportunity. I think any variant that was in a bundle previously has a chance to show up in the vault. Low collection experimental cuisine is always interesting. I lose more often than not against low collection level players.
Legendary.
I almost want to just drop this one. Like it's a good point value for using Lizard. I don't think I'm ever gonna do it while on stream, and I'll get more points from the remainder of the stream just grabbing stuff like play 1 cost card. What are the drops? And so if you do exclamation point drops, you can make sure everything's linked, but it's for 2 hours, I believe, it's boosters. For 4, it's 500 credits. For 6 hours, it is a Rivals Magneto variant. That I can confirm the variants in my friend's vault. I really like the Sunspot Hot Tub variant. I don't know that I would ever pay. How much is it? Do you know, Lufa? How much it is in their shop? All right, let's go with the Sunspot. And so I liked the first year where they were doing the bundles, and it really felt. They even did it was a variant. It was like a variant rush where you got a higher chance or had chance to pull certain variants from opening collector caches and just a lot of really cool things that created some non-paid excitement. And I feel like we haven't had anything like that in a while. Hot Tub Sunspot is 2,500. Goodness. It's pretty pricey. Give the gold border. We do have quite a few gold borders. They lost their demon. We lost our Hitmonkey, yeah? Such a big hit. We do get King Eitri though, so King Eitri, Beta Ray, double it up with Moon Girl. Maybe we double up both hammers. Can we still win? Maybe. They're running a clutter deck, so it becomes a lot tougher. So this could be, I don't know, just one card. Okay, Bishop. They could have like a Viper or Titania or something. Ooh. Oh. Hold on. Let Moon Girl cook real fast. Let's go ahead and pull the King Eitri. And do we go ahead and do the Moon Girl, or do we wait one turn? So the biggest thing we worry about with them is 1, clutter, 2, a cannonball. Maybe I don't go Moon Girl yet. Do we even have the room? That's what I'm pausing on. It depends. It depends if they get the debris down. You got so much more space for more cards. Yeah, the only reason I would do it early would potentially be to protect against all of the clutter stuff I expect to see. But we have both hammers. They do get debris, unfortunately. I think we do the Moon Girl now, and we do it into mid. It's going to end up in mid regardless. And just hope that they don't have like Titania Green Goblin or Viper Green Goblin, or not Green Goblin, but Titania Viper or something similar here. There's so many hammers. It's a big gore though. I don't think we outscale the gore. Them having a cannonball is big. Yeah, gore is gore is not great for us. Is this what we go with? Is this ever what we go with? This goes 2, 4, 6 extra in mid, up to 19, but we get 12 more in mid. We leave a spot in case they cannonball the right lane. I don't think we need the double on beta. Let's lock this in and see. Their gore could outscale us for sure. They could also have just what, Shadow King, Shang-Chi, and disrupt our right lane entirely. They probably don't even need to do Cannonball. Doc Ock and Shang-Chi. Unfortunate. Their Sunspot can't quite scale, and they actually tied mid with the gore. Gore went crazy there. Unfortunate. Gore is one of those cards that is so good when paired with like just across the board. The game has really, for the most part, shifted away from heavy ongoing decks, and it's very much on reveal heavy. And so we see Gore just consistently be like nasty, infinite levels of power. And it's less of a tell than like a big Red Hulk. So if I don't have Magneto, will that variant allow me to play the cards? Black-Eyed Wolf, it will. And so if you don't have a card and you get a variant for it, you get to slot in and play the card. Time for Rogue / Echo. Oh, for the Gores? But then, I mean, you could run Rogue. Echo is a lot harder to like slot in effectively. All right, we have the 12 power She-Hulk. We have the 7 power Hydra Bob. We have Moon Girl that's going to double up on him. Gore feels well tuned to me. I think in certain builds he's very, very strong. I don't know that I'd ever say OP, but he's on the higher tier, I think. Especially when you get like energy cheat with things like Wiccan. I think he slots into those decks much better. Ugh, I didn't want to skip this turn. I wanted to Thor into Brooklyn Bridge. No. But Echo has a special power, nobody sees her. That is very true. It is very hard to see Echo. We can do this. We play Moon Girl next turn. Moon Girl plus maybe Hydra Bob. Or Moon Girl plus Titania. That way we have space to double up the hammer. Why not wait till turn 5? So that we don't have a chance of drawing it next turn. I'd rather pull it out with King Eitri than have a chance of top decking it. That way we have we can draw into like Hitmonkey or Shadow King or maybe Black Swan. But it just lets us draw into our actual resources. with it turn 5, Moon Girl's not great, is it? Should have Moon Girled last turn and just not worried about the Thor line. I was too committed to the Thor line. We should have abandoned it. Because now She-Hulk won't be great. We will, however, double up on... This would double up on Titania, Mjolnir, and then Hitmonkey remains. So then it would be 3... I mean, you skip turn 3, why not skip turn 5? Oh, for the Collapse Mine? In case they had a location change card. Would be the only reason. I thought you were asking why not wait until 5 for King Eitri. They probably have Eliath here. Right now, Black Swan's the only thing destroyed by Gladiator. Let's try this. If they Eliath, I feel like it's probably a tough call for them to Eliath the left lane. But they also can't really resummon anything into the Collapse Mine, so they may end up just giving that location up. This is sad that Arsham not only gets +1 energy, but Wiccan players get +2 on turn 3. Arsham gets it every single game, though. But Wiccan, I think, is like probably the next up. He's everywhere. It's so easy to slot him into just like the good value card decks, and he just absolutely crushes them. Play around Warhead. That's true. I'm the worst at playing around Negasonic, because I never expect Negasonic. But it has been floating around in several Wiccan builds recently, so that's a good call. If we fear an Eliath, why not drop Hammer right? True. But if they go Eliath, yeah, that's true. The only downside would be Negasonic here. We got Venison stunned. Did we DC or did they? Or are they just loading up the stream? They just DC?
Mjolnir, to me.
Yeah, just outright DC. Poor Venison. Man, on turn 6 as well. They probably had like 2% battery life going into it. And thought, you know what, I'll play one more game. I thought Hydra Bob was going to get nerfed. Honestly, I think he probably should. Like, if Silver Sable got hit, I think Hydra Bob could see a hit too. He's super flexible. He goes in so many decks easily as just like that fill slot, and he's still putting out a decent amount of value in those decks. All right, let's go ahead and skip. We have Beta Ray, so maybe we end up with Stormbreaker. If we get Stormbreaker, Luke's Bar is really cool for us. We could also maybe save like a Moon Girl and stick power into Luke's bar with Moon Girl if they don't have a way to do it. Leave Bob alone. I mean, I like Bob. I just feel like he's too versatile for what he is. And so I could see them calling for a nerf for him. That's all I was saying. Did you see the anti-venom gold bundle data mine? I did. I got him pinned, but this month made me think that he will get hit on series drop or some kind of buff nerf change. I don't know. It definitely is odd or peculiar, them throwing a series, like a newer Series 5 into a bundle. I'm glad that they did. Like, I'll definitely be buying it. Maybe they expect a rework of card acquisition so it won't be as big of an issue by that point. So Shadow King left helps us. Then it's just a comes down to a tiebreaker, and then we could Hydra Bob plus Snap to get it to go to Luke's bar. Would have been cool to play the hammers in Luke's bar. Yeah, it would have, to play them multiple times. Do the Shadow King. We don't get to do... They could just have Shang-Chi, couldn't they? We gotta snap it, though. We have to do Shadow King, and by doing Shadow King, we don't have the energy to do Hit Monkey. Will they change Luke's bar? Ooh. Probably not. Because right now they have the lead here. I don't think they have any reason to believe that we'll be able to steal it away. Spider-Woman Uatu. It was an Arsham card, but not what I was expecting.
Victory.
Shadow King saving the day. I can't believe they ever buffed this card. Like, he's so strong. I can't believe he got brought up to a 2/3 for a brief stint of time. Then I also had a couple people saying that they felt like he didn't have any good targets in the game in general right now. And so they were cutting him from one of the lists that I had him in. Like, he... so strong. So Destroy deck. Connet Embassy's not bad. We get Black Swan. Maybe we can double up on a hammer with Moon Girl. We get Hit Monkey. Shadow King against Destroy is usually really, really good. When is the Bob nerf coming? We don't know if there's a Bob nerf. I feel like there probably should be, but this was the only over the air for December, and so it wouldn't be until January that we would see a nerf happen. I like this rumor of the Bob nerf. I feel like he needs one, but we don't know when or if, or we don't know if it'll ever happen. I just feel like he's slightly overtuned. Like, we've started seeing him in more and more decks. I don't know what this magnetism towards hammers has been today. But we've been able to absolutely pull them out every single time. Moon Girl doubles up on Hit Monkey, Shadow King, King Eitri which the Shadow King is not awful. I actually think I'm going to do it. Is having a Shadow King that we can use like here and here, or to play onto like a Venom and then have a second one later, I think could be pretty good.
I definitely need to change my underwear.
I've had bomb pinned for weeks, but I know as soon as I buy him, he'll get nerfed. I hope not. I mean, at least now you know that there's not an over the air until like I think the first week of January. You have a solid like 3 weeks to have good usage out of him. Let's activate Black Swan. Right now we have priority, which is unfortunate.
Opponent snapped.
I'm not sure that we hold up unless they accidentally grab priority over us. Oh, big Venom. Huge. But it's also going to be a big
What a game!
Deadpool. Big Null. Big Death. Thor watching Beta Ray Bill get buffed first. I think Thor is in a much better spot. He curves much easier into like this type of deck. I don't know that he absolutely. I don't know that he actually needs it. So we go ahead and Shadow King back in mid. Then Hammer, Beta Ray, E-Tree. Now they could Death plus Deadpool, which might be bad. Whoa, they have a Null. I wasn't expecting the Null. Oh no. Yeah, we can't beat the Null over here.
Mjolnir, to me.
I did not take into account height. Titan allowed them to do both, and so I wasn't expecting the Null or the Null and Deadpool because of this one. This one made it possible, and I overlooked it. We'll give them the fist bump. If they're still here, they deserve the fist bump. Happens to the best of us. Yeah, it's okay. Sometimes I play out my final turn a turn early. Especially whenever I have like a passive extra 1 energy. It always messes with me. Go ahead and play out King E-Tree. Maybe we get to hammer multiple times in Luke's bar. One four for Bob still would be fine for me. Yeah, I think 1/4 Bob is still very much playable. Now that he's kind of found his groove and his home, I think it's very much playable. The other thing that I think could get touched up or tuned is Wiccan. I feel like Wiccan, we've all fallen victim to Elysium Brain. Yep, exactly. Another thing that I think could get tuned is Wiccan. I don't know how you tune him, but he's so consistent at what he does. Fill all my locations and then see final round. Yep. Into the it's like into the walk of shame or the retreat of shame. Like, you just have to leave after that. Like, there's nothing you can
Face
do.
the might of Asgard. Mjolnir.
And then Devoot on the YouTube side, I'm doing well. Hopefully you're doing well as well. And so the Hydra Bob, the Hope Summers. I don't know exactly what they're running. If they have a Shang-Chi, Beta Ray is pretty vulnerable in the right lane. But it could just be a Surfer deck. If so, Luke's bar is great for him. There's not a lot we can do in Luke's bar. But between the hammers... Oh my god. And then we top deck the Mjolnir is nasty. A lot of times they don't run Shang-Chi. They don't run Shadow King. You could play Moon Girl into Luke's bar to keep her there. That's going to force them to have to do the whole things in Luke's bar. Yeah, we could do that. Then that forces them to have like a Brood or something over in that left. Unless we snap and their Hydra Bob goes over there. So what if it was this? Oh wait, reverse that order. What if it was this? We get both hammers. We get both hammers back in. We double it up so both Rocket and Moon Girl stay. Is Penny Parker worth the gamble key? I think she's usable. But right now, I don't know that we've found like a really solid home for her other than like Wiccan or Galacta stuff, which both feel kind of like iffy. Ooh, the Captain Marvel is big.
Mjolnir, to me.
If Hydra Bob doesn't pop to the left, if he pops to the right, we can bring Captain Marvel back down to 5 and still win the left lane. But if he takes the 50-50 and pops left, then we lose. Beautiful. Shadow King hurts our Thor, though. I guess the only issue. Or if they can play anything else into Luke's bar somehow. With the double Stormbreaker, we just win the right lane. Okay. Okay. I guess they didn't have a great follow-up. we'll take the 4 cubes. Whew. This would win the right lane. And then I think Shadow King plus Mjolnir left. Maybe Titania here could do it. Because we could bring Captain Marvel where she couldn't win the left lane for him. We'll gladly take it, though. Wow, we've climbed a good amount with this deck. We're getting some good matches. Let me see. Let me see what our stats on it are today. Stats overall are pretty good, but refresh. So the stats overall are about a 70% win rate. Over 26, 27 games with an average cube per game gained of 1.58, which is it's wild. So it's about 10% higher win rate than the mill deck we were running. About double the cubes per game. For this session, we're 7-3. With a 63.6% win rate, average cubes of 1.36. So it's very similar to how it performed the first time I ran the deck. Shadow King feels weird, but I understand why he's in the deck over Shang-Chi. Yeah. So he's in the Shadow King. I definitely feels weird with how many cards we have that scale up. But he needs to fit into that lower curve. And then a lot of times just a Shadow King onto like the opponent's massive Human Torch or Vulture or whatever other scaling card we have can give that like surprising way to win as well. And so we have Black Swan, we have Hitmonkey, She-Hulk, and then Hydra Bob, and so it's a good starting hand. It looks very, very solid for us. And then Moon Girl. Oh, Moon Girl's gonna double up on, depending on how we navigate it. I would like it to double up on the She-Hulk. But it may just double up on the Hitmonkey. Why does TLSG's voice always sound so menacing? I don't know. I'm just a menacing guy, I guess. We could King Eitri. We could give them the King Eitri as well. Because next turn we'll have 4. That way, yeah. Next turn we'll double up on the She-Hulk. Into a skip 1/5. So we even if we draw a Thor or a Beta Ray, we're not going to play it. And so I think this is the play we go. Speaking of, not necessarily menacing voices, but just voice. Oh, that's so tough. Okay. Voices that you recognize. I went on a binge during the downtime that I wasn't creating content. I went on a binge of watching like all of the old Critical Role stuff, and I had never consumed or I've never consumed any D&D type content. I've never really played it, and I went on an absolute binge. And I was playing Marvel Rivals the other day, and Doctor Strange's voice, like it stood out immediately from watching Critical Role. Critical Role is it's so good. I haven't made it to campaign 2. I've made it very deep into campaign 1, but we haven't made it to campaign 2 yet. And I binged it over like a month or two, and then it's been several months since I've watched. I need to pick it back up.
I'm about to juice this up.
Campaign 1 I've enjoyed a lot more after some of the tension from some of their members was casted off, but I have enjoyed campaign 1 quite a bit. I'm so envious of those guys. I do a very little bit of voice acting, and I wish I could have a fraction of that success. Yeah, like, so especially Matthew Mercer, especially Mercer. Like, I feel like his voice is in a lot of things, and a lot of times his isn't as like immediately recognizable. But I think it's Patrick, the one that's voiced Doctor Strange in Marvel Rivals. Like, his always, like, now that I've watched so much of him on Critical Role, his voice always like immediately stands out. But Lufa, it's really cool that you've done some voice acting work, because like I wouldn't even know where to begin. I feel like it'd be a really tough market to like break into. So do we ever double up here into Hitmonkey, Hydra Bob left? I think we do, because if they have Surfer, even Surfer Absorbing Man, this gets really, really buffed up. I think we just compete for mid and left and call it a day. Laura Bailey is probably the most successful voice actor of them all. Wait, is Laura Bailey the... I'm drawing a blank on the names. Is she the one that was in The Last of Us? We do massively overpower the left, the mid. We'll grab it. Had they went Cosmo left, we actually would have lost it. Oh, she's Vex. Really? I haven't recognized her voice in anything, but I also haven't looked it up. Ashley Johnson. That's yeah, she was Ellie. That's the name I was trying to draw into. Back in the 80s when I was at my dad's ankles, I used to play D&D with schoolmates when it was only a geek thing, and in America it was to be like it was like devil worship back then almost, because you're like playing like demons and dragons and stuff like that. I always liked the idea, but I never had a nerdy enough friend group, and I say nerdy in the most endearing way possible, because Like I like all things nerd culture. I never had a friend group that was as nerdy as I am that would want to even try it. And so it's just something that I've never even played.
Live from the Daily Bugle.
I didn't know Laura was in Last of Us Part 2. I didn't play Last of Us Part 2. After the big gap from Part 1, I felt like it couldn't really hold up to it. And so I didn't, I never even like gave it a shot. Are you talking about Vox Machina? We were talking about Vox Machina. What brought it up is I recognized Vax's voice from Marvel Rivals. He voices Doctor Strange in that game. I was playing it the other day, and it was like the surreal, like recognition. Have you watched the Legend of Vox Machina? I have. I watched season 2 when it came out recently. But that's what initially got me into watching the old like episodes. Was it came on and I was like, what is this? And at first it was very like, if you're unfamiliar with it, it's very like almost crude and kind of like blunt, but then it grows on you. And so I watched the season and I was like, you know what, I kind of like it. And then I started from episode 1 and like binged for like 2 months on like the old campaign. A lot of religious people tried to ban a lot of things, like Monster Drink. Yeah, yep. Harry Potter at one point was witchcraft, and so it was demonic. So Lady Deathstrike Fenris. What did they discard with Lady Deathstrike? Wait, how did they not discard anything with her? It has to be Apocalypse. Never mind. Did you see Arcane season 2? Very. I'm working on it very, very, very slowly. And so me and my wife watched season 1, and so we wanted to watch it together. But she's been in school finishing up her degree. And so we've had very little time to like sit down and commit to watching it. And so we're a few episodes in, but we have some more to go. Oh, and then Orphan. Oh my goodness, I forgot the Shang-Chi avatar as well, so I'm gonna gift Jeezy a sub. I told him I would. And then Orphan with the snap 12 minutes ago. I'm so sorry, I missed that. I don't know what it is, but I've been missing the notifications. Or maybe I need to tie like a voice or a sound command to them. Anyone trying to ban Harry Potter will get my boot in a place that should only be treated nicely. Harry Potter was like I was in I think the first grade, and still didn't get his Shang-Chi. I think I was in the first grade, and I was reading like the Harry Potter books. Like they were way above what I should have been reading at the time. But like it's not satanic. I don't know why. I don't know why that is the like perception or why it would be banned. But I'm gonna try something like this and see where it lands. I'm not sure. Golden Fowl must be a low collection level player. They've had some interesting pieces into this deck. And then Luffy said, I'm going to reveal my age again. Anyone see that anti-D&D movie with Tom Hanks back in the day? Wait, there was an anti-D&D movie? I did not see it. He said the final season is rough. Yeah. Yep, she was taking her finals. She finished it up on the 6th and then actually went back to Florida for a few days for her work. And so she's coming back today. So maybe we can watch a little bit of it. A little bit longer. Said Monsters and Mazes. Was that the anti D&D movie? Goodness, we keep climbing with this deck. So for this session, we're up to a 70% win rate, up to 1.62 cubes gained per game, and that's like half paying attention to the games. I'm getting distracted with chat. Has a Stormbreaker buff felt significant? Most of the time, no. But with this deck and sometimes being able to drop 2 of them, sometimes it helps out this deck pretty immensely. We play this deck, we win. I think over both sessions, I've averaged around 70% win rate with this deck. And so the buff to the Stormbreaker sometimes is nice, but it doesn't feel like it just crazy changes how successful you can be. So with Null, I'm assuming they're running a Destroy deck. And so I am fully set on our Sunspot getting destroyed here. But I think we still play King Eitri anyways. That way we can open up with Beta Ray, pull the hammer right away next turn. I said the buffs don't always have to be significant. Sometimes it's just kind of a reminder to say, hey, this deck doesn't suck. Yeah, and I actually featured this deck a couple of days ago. Like, this is the only King Eitri deck that I've played and actually enjoyed. And I've been able to do really well with it. And so the buff to the hammer is very nice. Let's do this. And then we'll see what our last turn looks like. And then Bob replacement. There's a few decent Bob replacements. We could either go Nico, which is kind of versatile. We could go Ant-Man. To get the 5 power, you just have to make sure that you cap out that lane. I think those are the 2 I'd probably look at first. Are the Hammer Bros back? The Hammer Bros are back. Kinda back. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, plus the Stormbreaker. If they Killmonger this turn, we have to look out for Null. If they don't, we're probably fine. Destroy Bros the steep in the ladder. Destroy Bros. I mean, it's not a bad deck by any means, but I've been playing a lot of lower collection level players today. Do we ever scrap our entire game plan and just go Null mid? If no death, Hammer Null wins, yeah. I was just about to say the same thing. Yeah. Like this goes up to 30. Do we ever just Hammer Null? They always go Null, don't they? Beautiful. What an unfortunate card that we pulled from them in the White Palace. I'll take the 2. And it's time for a quick set of ads so that we can keep the pre-rolls disabled. We're going to jump over into a minute and a half, and we'll be right back, you guys. And then on the YouTube side, Devoot, you said Second dinner always bringing attention to Sauron decks in over the airs, but no one pays attention. Kind of sad Sauron got my first infinite. Sauron decks were really strong for a little bit, and they just kind of they get outstatted now. Like it can't keep up with like the realm that we're in with high output plus high tech options. And it's kind of unfortunate because Sauron was a fun list. Like I played Sauron Shuri in a couple of tournaments early on whenever they were doing like some of the tournaments were floating around, and did pretty well. Like it was when like right before it kind of slungshot into popularity. And then once it became super popular, it was kind of tough to beat, but hopefully they find some way to make Sauron relevant, because right now he doesn't do much. Said sure he got buffed, so maybe now's the time. I mean, maybe. I still don't think it keeps up with, like, back then we were playing things like Lizard just for the like potential 2-5, and now we have, you know, Hydra Bob. We have all kinds of like crazy scalability that Shuri just couldn't keep up with. The Taskmaster nerf also like really hurt that line. And it has a lot of weak points where like Shadow King wasn't very relevant back then. He's super relevant now. And just like the Taskmaster changed, and a lot of things really hurt that. All right, let's go King Eitri. Absorb. We may lose our cards in Hala if they choose to fight it. But okay, well, Red Guardian's gone. Now it's not as big of a deal. Then fat kids love cake. I can attest to being a fat kid when I was a very fat kid when I was younger, and I did love chocolate cake. Chocolate cake specifically was my vice. Can we ever win with just our one costs and a dream? We're not going to draw next turn. If we... I guess we double up on like the double She-Hulk, the double Rocket. It's not awful. Really only develop 2 big threats, which can easily be Shang-Chi or Shadow King. Yeah. Then actually, before I forget this too, let me load up my stream. I'll mute the tab. Okay, so let's go ahead and skip on 5. I'm gonna gift the sub to Jeezy. The Grand Central is kind of unfortunate here. We can win the right lane with just a She-Hulk Hydra Bob. But if we snap, then he's going to pop out of there. We could try for one of these. And then they'll flip-flop. And I gifted the sub to Jeezy Baby because an hour ago they did a avatar redemption and I still haven't done it. So I felt bad. So they get a tier 1. Let's... I guess we don't even have to snap it if we're not certain we'll win. We're just going to do this and see, and it did just fine. But it is winding down. I'm about to have to go get my my son from school in about 30 minutes, and I have to run to the grocery store today before like picking up my daughter. And so we are going to wind down stream here. But just as another quick plug, if you guys haven't tried Factor, today's stream, the entire thing was sponsored by Factor. If you use my link or my code, you get 50% off of your first order and then 20% off of any that you have further from there. I think it's the next 4. But super fast meals, super delicious. If you haven't tried it, I definitely recommend it. But let's go ahead and see who we should raid over to. See who's live. Now we have Jeff, we have Dara, Anna's Cat Cafe, Interrobang. Do we have any do we have any preference? If not, then we'll just we'll pick someone. The Lump King? Wait, who's... Oh, I was wondering who the Lump King was. We'll raid over into Dara. You guys. Is Bob Ross live? Let's send you guys to Dara. And I hope that you guys have a fantastic rest of your day. I appreciate each and every one of you for being here. And we will see you around on the next one. I'm going to queue it up now. And looks like he's running a little bit of Electro Ramp. So a Lockjaw Jubilee Electro Ramp. So we'll see if he's doing well. We're going to jump over there. Thank you guys again. We'll catch you around on the next one.